Chapter 33:11. The long and straight handwriting was particularly unique, and Chu Li could recognize it at a glance. There was a line of words written on it, but there were only 6 words: Goddess Attraction Mountain, Divine Light Basilica. Chu Li frowned and pondered. Suen looked at him, his clear eyes filled with curiosity. Not only was he curious about the words on the letter, but he was also curious about Chu Li. Even though he was in the imperial residence of King An, he had heard of Chu Li's name. He was now the undisputed #1 youth master. His reputation even surpassed Du Feng. Chu Li of the north and Du Feng of the south. Du Feng had been missing for a long time. People thought that Du Feng was able to withstand an enlightened master's attack and was far superior to Chu Li. Now that Chu Li had displayed his prowess, people realized that he was worthy of his reputation. It was not by luck that he was on par with Du Feng. Chu Li might even be better than Du Feng. He felt like a mother to Co Shi, close and adored her. His feelings for Chu Li were more complicated and not as deep. Chu Li's concern for him was not as direct as Co Shi's. Chu Li took care of him silently. He knew it, but was too embarrassed to express his gratitude. Chu Li gently rubbed the letter, and it turned into powder that fell to the ground. He sighed and tried not to think about Sun Mingwe. He thought that they would never meet again. To avoid awkwardness, both of them would try their best to forget about that period of time. He did not expect Sun Mingwe to write to him so soon. "Head Chief, what is it?" Suen asked. Chu Li shook his head. "I have some personal matters to attend to. I need to leave for a few days." "All right." Suen nodded. "I won't leave the fairy's capital. I won't cause any trouble." Chu Li smiled. "You won't cause trouble, but if trouble comes knocking on your door, you don't have to retreat. Just fight back. As a young prince, you have enough power and confidence to do whatever you want. If it was someone else, he would restrain them to prevent them from doing anything." However, Suen grew up in the Titanium Temple. He was quiet and introverted. He was obedient too. He needed to motivate Suen to be aggressive. No matter how strong one's martial arts was, one's temperament was needed. If one's temperament was like a sheep, no matter how strong one's martial arts was, it would be useless. Suen nodded. Chu Li said, "As a young prince, as long as you don't kill anyone, you'll be fine." "I understand." Suen nodded. Chu Li waved his hand. "Tell the princess that I'm leaving." With that, he stepped out of the hall and disappeared from Suen's sight. Suen knew that this was the god's limbs, one of the sacred arts of the Vajra Temple. It was a sacred art that he had yet to master. Chu Li suddenly appeared at the foot of the Great Light Peak and changed his appearance to that of Zhao De. After entering the Great Light Peak, he returned to his original appearance and suddenly appeared in the Divine Light Basilica. The Great Light Peak was protected by a formation and was heavily guarded. If he was not Zhao De, it would be very difficult for him to enter the peak without being noticed unless he used the Heavenly Shedding Technique. However, the Heavenly Shedding Technique consumed one's lifespan, so it was best not to use it. The bright and beautiful sunlight illuminated the Light Palace, making it bright and gentle. Sun Mingwe was sitting behind the long table, dressed in white with a white veil covering her face. Only her clear eyes could be seen as she read the files, her expression calm and peaceful. Chu Li appeared in a flash. She put down the dossier and looked up at him. Chu Li looked at her. They had not seen each other for only a few days, but it felt like a long time had passed. It was as if a lifetime had passed. "You're here," Sun Mingwe said calmly. Her voice was calm and indifferent, without a trace of emotion, as if she was talking to a stranger. Chu Li nodded. Sun Mingwe said, "It's because of Goddess Attraction Mountain, right?" Chu Li replied, "Yes. You're so powerful now, beating up the Church of the Divine Blood to the point where they can't come out." "You're really arrogant," Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li could hear the sarcasm in her words. "I had no choice." Sun Mingwe scoffed. "Aren't you afraid of provoking public anger?" "I can't help it." Chu Li shook his head. He knew what Sun Mingwe meant. He had beaten up the Church of the Divine Blood to this extent. If he was from the martial arts world of the Fu Dynasty, there would be nothing to say. The martial arts world of the Fu Dynasty would only respect and admire him. However, he was from a Ji Dynasty, so the martial arts world of the Fu dynasty would only be more hostile toward him. Since he was so powerful, everyone in the martial arts world of the Fu dynasty would be vigilant and want to get rid of him. There might even be a few sects working together to get rid of him secretly. His power would damage the authority of the Fu dynasty. Sun Mingwe said, "You must enter Goddess Attraction Mountain." Chu Li nodded. "Do you have any ideas?" "The Li dynasty imperial family has a quota this year." "I've already gotten it for you," Sun Mingwe said. Sun Mingwe said, "You can enter Goddess Attraction Mountain and become an Outer Mountain disciple. You can stay there for a year." Chu Li raised his eyebrows and stared at her bright eyes. Sun Mingwe looked at him calmly. "But I have a condition." "Say it," Chu Li said. Sun Mingwe said, "I'll be there at your beck and call." Chu Li frowned. "What do you mean?" "I still need Zhao Dai to calm the people down for now. Moreover, the Holy Church's strength has been greatly damaged, so I need Zhao Dai's help," Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li asked, "Once I enter Goddess Attraction Mountain, I can't come out, right?" "I can come out at any time." Sun Mingwe shook her head. "It's not that Goddess Attraction Mountain's disciples can't leave the mountain, but they don't want to. As long as they don't spend more than half of their time at the foot of the mountain, it's fine." "What if I don't agree?" Chu Li asked. Sun Mingwe remained silent and picked up the dossier. Chu Li sighed. "What identity should I use to enter Goddess Attraction Mountain?" "Chu Li," Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li frowned. If he entered Goddess Attraction Mountain using his original identity, and the Ji dynasty found out, they would definitely treat him as a traitor of the Ji dynasty. There was no telling how much trouble it would cause. However, if he did not enter with his original identity, it would only make things worse. The heavenly demonic power might not be able to fool Goddess Attraction Mountain. Once they found out about the heavenly demonic power, they would immediately expel him, and he would not have the chance to learn the dragon taming technique. Sun Mingwe said, "Don't worry, this is a secret. Only a few people know about it." "What about my identity?" Chu Li scoffed. "Aren't you afraid of arousing suspicion?" If his identity was exposed, the Ji dynasty would certainly be suspicious, and the Li dynasty would also suspect Sun Mingwe of colluding with the Ji dynasty. Sun Mingwe said, "Do you really think you can hide it from Goddess Attraction Mountain?" Chu Li pondered. Sun Mingwe said, "There's no need to act mysterious in front of the disciples of Goddess Attraction Mountain. Nothing can be hidden. But don't worry, they don't care about the secular world. Whether you're Chu Li or Zhao Dai, they won't care." "All right." Chu Li nodded slowly. "I agree to your condition." "Very well, there's one more thing," Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Sun Mingwe said, "Go to the reincarnation temple to seek revenge." "All right." Chu Li smiled. Sun Mingwe said, "This is extremely dangerous. I might not be able to return. Let's do it first." Chu Li said. Sun Mingwe said, "Do you hate that old monk that much?" Chu Li nodded. Sun Mingwe laughed coldly. "If it wasn't for that old monk, would you have your current cultivation level?" Chu Li frowned at her. "Are you actually grateful to him?" "He killed the previous me," Sun Mingwe said. "I need to seek revenge." Chapter 33:12. Chu Li suddenly smiled. "You're not just targeting the reincarnation temple for revenge, am I right?" Monk Luan Ming plotted against them. It was despicable for an enlightened master to do such a thing, but because of him, both of them benefited greatly. Although their cultivation methods were different, their cultivation levels were greatly improved. Hence, Monk Luan Ming did not have a deep grudge against them. Since their grudges were offset, it would be difficult for them to seek revenge from him. Sun Mingwe said, "It's not purely a personal grudge, it's also to establish our authority. The church has been unstable lately, and the people outside are getting restless. We need to let them know how powerful the Holy Church is." Chu Li smiled and shook his head. "With the bishop around, why do we need to do this? Master has been in isolated cultivation, and everyone knows that enlightened masters can't attack at will, so they're not afraid," Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li smiled in realization. "I see. When do we attack?" "Today," Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li said, "All right, I've always wanted to teach that old monk Luan Ming a lesson." Sun Mingwe glanced at him and said, "You can still attack?" I heard that you've dealt with many Church of the Divine Blood Masters. I'm afraid you don't have any strength left. Both of them knew the details of the supreme titanium scripture. The most powerful mellow inner energy was limited, and it only filled up 6 wheels. Once it was used up, it would not appear again. The nirvana wheel continued to absorb the strange aura of heaven and earth. It seemed to be an aura that came from beyond the heavens. It was extremely yin and extremely cold, or extremely young and extremely hard. Without the two of them cultivating together, these extreme energies could not be transformed into mellow energy. Its might was only slightly stronger than their current inner energy. Chu Li smiled at her. He was not worried that his mellow energy was not enough, because once both of them worked together, their energies would merge into one. When they were separated, they would be evenly divided, and Sun Mingyue's mellow energy would be replenished for him. Sun Mingyue scoffed. Don't worry, I'm not like you. As a saint, she rarely had the chance to fight. Everything was handled by her subordinates. Chu Li nodded. Then let's go look for Luan Ming. Sun Mingyue stood up and walked to him. Chu Li reached out and held her sleeve. The two of them suddenly disappeared and appeared at the peak of the mountain, in front of the valley where they were trapped for 2 months. Looking at the dark valley below, Xiao Chun could not see the end. With the 10 absolute origin ceiling formation, he could not see what was going on inside. Who would have thought that an evil dark dragon that had been trapped here for more than 1,000 years? Chu Li looked down with a complicated expression. He shook his head and said, "It seems like this old monk has noticed." Once they appeared, Monk Luan Ming should have sensed the two of them, but he did not appear to kill them. It was obvious that he had sensed them. The senses of a heavenly god expert were sharper. Sun Mingyue said, "Just go straight to the reincarnation temple. The monk can escape, but the temple can't." Chu Li nodded. In the evening, the setting sun dyed the solemn and mysterious reincarnation temple red. Chu Li and Sun Mingyue stood outside the reincarnation temple and watched as the solemn monastery shimmered with golden light under the setting sun. The sound of Sanskrit drifted out of the temple. It was ethereal and holy, and people could not help but feel a sense of respect. Chu Li turned to look at her. "Have you made up your mind?" Although they felt that they could fight against an Empyrean god, they did not dare to say that they could really defeat an Empyrean god. If they failed, it would be very difficult for them to escape unscathed. Therefore, this operation was quite risky. Sun Mingyue said in a low voice, "Didn't we already decide?" Back when they were in the 10 absolute vitality ceiling formation, they had said that they would settle the score with the reincarnation temple once they got out of the formation. Unfortunately, their master found them as soon as they got out of the formation, so they did not get what they wanted. Chu Li said, "All right, let's go in then." Then he raised his voice and shouted, "Monk Luan Ming, come out." As he spoke, the two of them held each other's palms. Their breaths were connected, and their rich inner energy was released along with their voices. Suddenly, it was as if a huge thunder exploded in the sky, suppressing the sound of Sanskrit chanting in the entire reincarnation temple. Boom, boom! The bronze bell of the reincarnation temple shook violently and let out a roar. The entire reincarnation temple seemed to be shaking. This was the tyrannical power of an enlightened master. The door of the reincarnation temple suddenly opened, and a group of red-robed monks floated out. They separated to 2 sides and stood in 2 rows. Then 3 old monks slowly walked out. All of them had 8 ring scars on their heads, and their bald heads shone brightly under the setting sun. The 3 old monks came in front of Chu Li and Sun Mingyue and bowed with pressed palms. "Namo Amitabha." Chu Li scoffed. "Where is Monk Luan Ming? Greetings, almsgivers." The 3 old monks bowed with pressed palms again. The leading monk was tall and burly. He looked honest and steady as he slowly said, "Masters Junior Luan Ming has left. Almsgivers, why are you looking for Masters Junior Luan Ming? The saint of the Holy Church of Light is here to seek justice." Chu Li said in a low voice, "Monk Luan Ming is an enlightened master, but he sneakily attacked a grandmaster. It's really despicable. So it's Almsgiver Sun and Almsgiver Chu." The honest monk bowed with pressed palms. I'm Jifa. Chu Li waved his hand. Monk Jifa, don't waste time here. Is Monk Luan Ming in the temple? Monk Jifa shook his head. I'm not lying. Masters Jr. is indeed not in the temple. He has already found another place to isolate himself. Chu Li scoffed. Then where is he? Monk Jifa sighed helplessly. Masters Jr. Luan Ming's whereabouts are erratic. It's not something we can know. If you're really looking for Masters Jr. Luan Ming, why don't you come back in a year? Chu Li could not help but laugh. I'm sure you have a way to invite Monk Luan Ming back, right? Do it now. Don't force us to use unyielding methods. It'll damage the vitality of the reincarnation temple. Monk Shifa looked troubled. Almsgiver Chu, we really don't have a way. Please forgive us. Chu Li turned to look at Chu Li. Could it be that Monk Luan Ming already predicted that we would seek revenge from him? Sun Mingwe frowned. I don't think so. Then why did he escape in advance? Perhaps he sensed that something was wrong. It's the instinct of an enlightened master to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. Sun Mingwe said, Looks like we can't be merciful. Chu Li nodded. He could tell that Monk Shifa's words were not entirely truthful. His honest appearance was purely a lie. Chu Li lightly struck out with his palm. Sun Mingwe struck out with her fist. Their fists and palms combined. Their forces had already merged. Namo Amitba. Monk Jifa chanted with pressed palms and slowly pushed out his palms with a solemn expression. Bang! Monk Jifa was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He crashed heavily into the wall and hung there, unable to move. Chu Li and Sun Mingwe continued to attack. The remaining two old monks were just about to move when they were sent flying. Their bodies crashed into the wall and were unable to land. Together with Monk Jifa, the three of them stood in a row and stared at Chu Li and Sun Mingwe in shock and anger. They knew that Chu Li and Sun Mingwe were powerful, but they did not expect them to be this powerful. Chu Li and Sun Mingwe continued to attack. One punch and one palm. Soon, more than 10 monks in red were hung on the wall. They lined up neatly with Monk Jifa and the others. The corners of their mouths were stained with blood. They were severely injured and could no longer move. Hearing the commotion, another 20 monks in red rushed out of the temple and pounced at Chu Li and Sun Mingwe. The two of them stood in the same spot and attacked with their fists and palms. Every time they attacked, one monk would be hung on the wall. Chapter 33:13. Both of them did not go all out and only heavily injured the monks. Although they lost the ability to continue fighting, it was not fatal. Their inner energy was limited and they could not waste it. They wanted to use as little as possible. Both of them had no intention of cultivating again. Once they left the valley, it would be like they were in another world. The environment was different and the state of mind was different. They could not cultivate the supreme diamond scripture again as they could not get over it. Namo Amitba. Dozens of red-robed monks rushed out of the temple. They put their palms together and moved silently, but quickly. Their Buddhist chants echoed throughout the reincarnation temple. Streaks of white and black light flickered as the sun and moon wheels danced in the air, covering the two of them. Ding ding. Their fists and palms hit the sun and moon wheels. Bang bang. They hit the owner of the sun and moon wheels and hung them on the wall. The walls of the huge monastery were already filled with red-robed monks. They were neatly spread out, and it was a magnificent sight. The monks' sorrowful chants shook the entire reincarnation temple. They had never been humiliated like this. They were burning with anger and wanted to kill Chu Li and Sun Mingwe with their reincarnation palms. Chu Li and Sun Mingwe shook their heads. The reincarnation temple was indeed powerful. Chu Li asked Shanji, "What does that have to do with Monk Jishan?" Shanji shook his head. "He's just a disciple. Jishan was harmed by you, right?" Chu Li smiled. "That's a joke. I have no grudge against Monk Jishan." He would not admit that he was here to take revenge on Monk Luan Ming for his sneak attack. Shanji removed the black prayer beads from his neck slowly. Suddenly, Sanskrit chants were heard from the temple. The monks who were healing on the ground followed suit. Even the monks who were hanging on the wall moved their lips and chanted the same scripture. The string of black Buddhist beads immediately emitted a layer of faint brilliance. Shanji suddenly threw the prayer beads at Chu Li and Sun Mingwe slowly. The chanting grew louder, and the black prayer beads flew at them slowly. Chu Li and Sun Mingwe were on high alert. The prayer beads were too powerful. Although they did not know what they were up to, they knew that it was not a small force. Sun Mingwe threw a light punch. Bang! The divine light fist collided with the Buddhist prayer beads, and a dull thud was heard. Then, the faint light expanded and spread. The scenery in front of Sun Mingwe suddenly changed, and she returned to the 10 absolute origin locking formation. She cursed inwardly. Her mind was clear. She had been tricked by Monk Shanji. It could have been an illusion, or she could have been transported here by the void. She did not act on her own. She first looked around and then at herself. Her clothes were still intact, no different from the clothes she wore when she fought. She then looked at Chu Li. His clothes were the same, but the two of them were inside the cave. Chu Li? Sun Mingwe asked. Chu Li closed his eyes and shook his head. This is an illusion. Sun Mingwe frowned and was about to speak. Bam! A palm landed on his back, and he was sent flying. He almost separated from Chu Li's palm. A strange force was emitted from Chu Li's palm. The originally pure palm energy was instantly weakened when it came into contact with this force, but quickly melted like ice and snow meeting boiling water. His internal organs were quickly restored to their original state. She knew that Monk Shanji had launched a sneak attack on her, but she could not see him. She was still in the cave and could not escape the illusion. She was extremely surprised. In terms of the strength of the soul, she was blessed by nature. She was gifted, and no one could surpass her except Chu Li. Even her master's talent was far inferior to hers. Logically speaking, this kind of illusion was the hardest to enchant, but she could not break free from it. Could the secret skill of the reincarnation temple be so powerful? Moo! Chu Li suddenly shouted. Sun Mingyue's vision suddenly changed and became clear again. Monk Shanji was hitting her chest with his palm. Bam! She threw out a divine light fist, and Monk Shanji was instantly sent flying. The chanting suddenly became louder, and Sun Mingyue's vision changed again. She was back in the cave. A warm feeling lingered in her heart, but it made her even angrier. She wanted to kill Monk Shanji. Chu Li closed his eyes. His beard and clothes fluttered as if he was in a strong wind. His face was solemn as he made a seal with one hand. Ma! He shouted. His voice was like a bronze bell that drowned out the chanting of the monks. Sun Mingyue's vision returned to normal. She saw Monk Shanji stand up, wipe the corner of his mouth, and pounce at her again. She sneered and threw another punch. Monk Shanji's cultivation level was really high to be able to take one of her punches. Unfortunately, no matter how high he was, he could not take a second punch. Namo Amitabha Buddha. A loud Buddhist chant suddenly sounded, and a palm energy that covered the sky and earth met Sun Mingwe. Bam! Sun Mingwe felt a vast and powerful force coming from the palm, and her body could not help but be sent flying. Chapter 33:14. Chu Li kept the prayer beads in his sleeve and looked at Monk Luanming. Monk, we're here for revenge. Namo Amitabha. Monk Luanming pressed his palms together and smiled. Almsgivers, you've benefited from your misfortune. Looks like that ravine is a place of fortuitous encounters. I'm curious to find out what's inside. As an enlightened master, his senses were extremely sensitive. He was in sync with the heavens and the earth. He did not expect that this ominous sign would come from these two. 2 months ago, they were just top-notch grandmasters who could not even withstand a single blow from him. Now that they were working together, he felt a sense of danger. It was obvious that their fortuitous encounters had greatly improved their cultivation. It was obvious that these two had a fortuitous encounter in that ravine. That was why they came to seek revenge. He smiled. I'll send someone to check it out. Chu Li chuckled. We really did have a fortuitous encounter. Monk, why don't you send someone to check it out? However, the person who goes might not be as lucky as us. You should know that fortuitous encounters come hand in hand with danger. Namo Amitabha. Monk Luanming said slowly. This is the truth of heaven and earth. Chu Li said, "You're an enlightened master, but you ambushed us. If I don't get my revenge, I won't be able to calm down. I'm here to seek revenge." Monk Luan Ming, why did you run away and embarrass the enlightened masters? I'm just out for some business. Monk Luan Ming shook his head and smiled. No matter how weak I am, I won't be afraid of the two of you. Chu Li smiled. Whether I'm afraid or not, you know it yourself. Watch my palm. He struck with his palm. Monk Luan Ming dodged to the side, but Sun Mingyue's silent punch had already arrived. Bam! Monk Luan Ming reached out to receive the punch. The three of them each took a step back. Great! Enlightened masters are really powerful, Chu Li said excitedly. He was finally certain that they could fight enlightened masters. Instantly, his fighting spirit surged. He had wanted to deal with enlightened masters for a long time. They had pressured him too much. If he could not break their mysteriousness and power, it would be difficult for him to become an enlightened master. Bam, 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 bam. Fist and palm collided. Every time they collided, there would be a dull explosion. It was like thunder exploding beside their ears. The monks from the reincarnation temple who were healing vomited blood. The explosive sound of the collision was enough to cause them to suffer internal injuries. If not for the efficacy of the secret medicine of the reincarnation temple, they would have died and their souls returned to the reincarnation temple. Although Chu Li and Sun Mingyue were a pair, they could only use two hands. Compared to Monk Luan Ming, they did not have any advantage. However, the flow of energy between the two of them, their minds were one, and their transformation of energy was better. For a moment, the three of them were in a deadlock. Fists and palms came and went, but they couldn't suppress each other. Chu Li suddenly felt that something was amiss and quickly shouted, "Be careful!" A surging palm energy suddenly appeared and struck the two people's tightly clenched palms. Chu Li turned around and countered with a palm strike. However, it was already too late. The palm was too fast. His body had only turned halfway when the palm energy arrived. Bang! The palm force was extremely fierce and overbearing, wanting to shake off the two's tightly clasped hands. Both of their auras slowed down, and they were no longer at their peak. Monk Luan Ming followed up with two palm strikes. Wherever the reincarnation palm force passed, there would be faint ripples in the surroundings. The air seemed to have turned into lake water. Bang! Chu Li's palm met with the person who attacked him, and Sun Mingyue's fist met with the reincarnation palm. The two of them flew 10 meters away and crashed into a huge pine tree. At this moment, the person who attacked them appeared. He was dressed in a bright yellow robe, and his body was tall and straight like a pine tree standing in the void. He was a handsome middle-aged man with a jade-like face and a deep sense of majesty. He stood side by side with Monk Luan Ming, quietly watching Chu Li and Sun Mingyue. Even though they almost vomited blood from the impact, they still did not let go of each other. Once they let go, their strength would plummet, and it would be difficult to deal with the two enlightened masters. Chu Li said in a deep voice, "The Qiu dynasty's emperor?" The handsome middle-aged man placed his hands behind his back, and his bright yellow robe fluttered. He said slowly, "I am the Qiu dynasty's emperor." "Who are you?" Chu Li frowned. "I am Chu Li from the Ji dynasty." He knew that the Qiu dynasty's emperor's surname was Chun Jinji. The Ji dynasty? Chun Jinji sized him up with a calm gaze and nodded slowly. "I have heard of your name. The Ji dynasty's #1 youth master. You live up to your reputation." He glanced at Sun Mingyue. Monk Luan Ming smiled. "Your Majesty, this is the saint of the Li dynasty's holy church of light." "Oh." Chun Jinji was surprised. Li dynasty and Ji dynasty? As far as he knew, the two nations were mortal enemies, and their relationship was even worse than that of the Qiu dynasty and the Li dynasty. It was impossible for them to work together. Looking at the two of them holding each other's hands tightly, it was clear that they were a couple. Furthermore, both of their statuses were incredible. Since they were together, it would definitely cause a huge storm if it was made known to the world. The relationship between the Qiu dynasty and the Ji dynasty was not bad. They befriended the distant Li dynasty and attacked the nearby ones. Because the Qiu dynasty and the Ji dynasty had a common enemy, the Li dynasty, they often cooperated with each other, even though the Qiu dynasty looked down on the Ji dynasty. Chu Li muttered, "I didn't expect the two of you to join forces. If the two of you can join hands, what's so strange about me joining hands with Master Lunming?" Chun Jinji smiled with his hands behind his back. "You're so young, yet you're able to stop us. Master Lunming feels that you're a threat, so he asked for my help." Chu Li frowned. "It seems like the two of you want to get rid of us." "Not bad," Chun Jinji said slowly. "As grandmasters, you can threaten enlightened masters. How can I rest in peace if I don't get rid of you?" He was extremely fearful of Chu Li and Sun Minghua. As an enlightened master, there were many restrictions. Usually, they could not attack grandmasters unless their families' lives were in danger. However, Chu Li and Sun Minghua were not enlightened masters, so they were not bound by the heavenly rules and could kill at will. In that case, if the two of them really wanted to destroy the Qiu dynasty's foundation, no one could stop them other than himself and Monk Linming. Even if they wanted to stop them, it would be difficult. The two of them could appear and disappear unpredictably. They could kill with one palm strike and escape after that, so it would be difficult to catch up. Even if they caught up and fought, they might not be able to stop them. The battle between enlightened masters was earth-shattering, and the aftermath could kill grandmasters. Killing grandmasters was as easy as flipping one's hand, so the two of them must be eliminated. Otherwise, the Qiu dynasty would never have peace. Chu Li and Sun Minghua's aura circulated and quickly returned to normal. Although the enlightened master's attack was fierce, the two's mellow aura was extremely strange. They could actually block it and even dissipate it. However, after this attack, the two's mellow aura was rapidly consumed, and they could not hold on for long. Chu Li said, "Then let's experience the power of enlightened masters." As soon as he said that, he punched out with the Divine Light Fist. Sun Minghua also used the Divine Light Fist. The two of them had the same heart technique, so when they activated the mellow aura, it was exceptionally smooth and their power was greatly increased. It was actually stronger than a palm and a fist. Bang, 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 bang. Chun Jinji and Monk Lunming clashed head-on. Where the palm energy collided, the sky rippled and then spread out. Everywhere the ripples went, everything was blasted away. A layer of golden radiance appeared in the sky above the reincarnation temple and turned into a golden sphere that enveloped the temple. Wherever the ripples went, golden splendor flickered and blocked the ripples' erosion. Chapter 33:15. Namo Amitba. Monk Linming instantly appeared in the air 100 feet away, his red cowl fluttering in the wind. He ignored the blood at the corner of his mouth and put his palms together, staring at a certain spot in the air. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in the air, standing there quietly and gracefully. Its clothes were as white as snow, and its face was covered with a white veil, revealing only a pair of sparkling gem-like eyes. "Master!" Sun Minghua was shocked. Chu Li shook his head helplessly. The bishop of the Holy Church of Light, Song Wanqing, scoffed, "You're an enlightened master, yet you're so shameless." Chun Jinji sighed and shook his head. "No wonder the old monk asked me for help. It's all because of Miss Song." Song Wanqing did not even look at him and stared at Monk Lunming. "Old monk, you've got guts." Monk Lunming put his palms together and smiled. "You flatter me. Who gave you the guts to plot against my disciple? I'll tear your old bones apart today and send you straight to the Grandmaster's boundary." Song Wanqing said coldly. "Almsgiver Song didn't kill her." Monk Lunming shook his head. "I was just warning your disciple, otherwise she would have been dead. You're a monk, spouting nonsense the moment you open your mouth." Song Wanqing laughed coldly. "If it wasn't for Minghua's deep cultivation, she wouldn't have been able to take a hit from you. It's not that you didn't want to kill her, it's that you couldn't." Namo Amitba. Monk Linming shook his head. "Almsgiver Song has misunderstood me too much." "Bullsh asterisk T." Song Wanqing shouted. "Misunderstanding." She turned her head and stared at Chun Jinji. "If you can kill my disciple, Then I can also kill your son? Miss Song. Chun Jinji shook his head. This is against the rules. Even if it's against the rules, you're the one who committed it first. Song Wanqing said coldly. If something really happens to Mingyu, then I'll bury your Qin clan with her. I'll do as I say. Chun Jinji shook his head. I didn't intend to kill her. Song Wanqing was not a reasonable person, and she was extremely protective. If he really killed Sun Mingwei, his Qin clan would indeed be in danger, so his idea was to cripple Sun Mingyue's martial arts. However, judging from the few moves they had exchanged, Sun Mingyue and Chu Li could only unleash such power when they worked together. Once the two of them were separated, they would not be able to unleash such power. Hence, the threat would be greatly reduced. Moreover, the best way was to kill Chu Li. No matter how strong Sun Mingyue was, there was nothing she could do. His mind raced, but he remained calm. Chu Li frowned as he glanced at him. He could vaguely guess what he was thinking. It seemed like he had to go to Goddess Attraction Mountain, or else he would be doomed. Song Wanqing stared at Chu Li a few times. Chu Li smiled and nodded, but he did not let go of Sun Mingyue's hand. Sun Mingyue held his hand tightly, afraid that he would let go. Once she let go, she did not know what her master would do. Would he take the opportunity to get rid of Chu Li with the three of them? Monk Luan Ming smiled and said, Almsgiver Song, please enter the temple and have a cup of tea. I don't dare to drink from your reincarnation temple. Song Wanqing sneered. Luan Ming, you're despicable and shameless. You might even plot against me. Let's call it a day. She then glanced at Chun Jinji. What do you think? Chun Jinji smiled and nodded. I'll leave it to you, Miss Song. You make it sound nice. Song Wanqing sneered and looked at Sun Mingyue. Let's go back. Sun Mingyue and Chu Li suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. Song Wanqing glared coldly at Chun Jinji and Monk Luan Ming before slowly disappearing into the void. Seeing that the three of them had disappeared, Monk Luan Ming put his palms together and sighed. It's the misfortune of the Qiu dynasty, the misfortune of the reincarnation temple. Master, there's no need to be like this. The reincarnation temple didn't suffer any casualties. Chun Jinji smiled. It seems like these two young fellows know their limits. Although there weren't any casualties, their strength was greatly reduced. This method is extremely vicious. Monk Luan Ming sighed. The monks of the reincarnation temple did not die, but it would not be easy to recover from such serious injuries. Firstly, it would require a huge amount of spirit pills. Secondly, it would take time. There were even some who could not recover, and their martial arts would be crippled, requiring them to cultivate again. In short, the reincarnation temple was heavily injured this time. It would take a long time for them to recover. Seeing this, Chun Jinji was secretly happy. It was not a good thing for the reincarnation temple to be too powerful. It was not a good thing for the imperial family and the imperial court. Now that the reincarnation temple was injured, it was time for the imperial family and the imperial court to strengthen their forces. In a gazebo in a small courtyard at Great Light Peak, Song Wanqing sat in front of a stone table and sized him up with a cold gaze. Chu Li looked at her calmly and did not say a word. Song Wanqing was silent as well. After a while, Chu Li gave a fist salute. Thank you for saving me, Senior. This time, it was extremely dangerous. Two enlightened masters had joined forces. The two of them could temporarily hold them off, but as the rich aura weakened or even disappeared, the two of them would definitely lose and even lose their lives. The aura accumulated in their 6 wheels was enough to deal with an enlightened master, but not 2 enlightened masters. More importantly, the 2 enlightened masters had joined forces. Not only could the 2 of them not kill each other, but they would also be killed instead. After all, the 2 of them were not enlightened masters. I'm not saving you. I'm saving Mingyu. Song Wanqing scoffed. Chu Li nodded. Song Wanqing said, You're in danger now. You can only hide at Great Light Peak. Chu Li smiled. I want to go to Goddess Attraction Mountain. Humph, Goddess Attraction Mountain. Song Wanqing's expression changed slightly. She said impatiently, Do you think it's that easy to enter Goddess Attraction Mountain? Chu Li said, You won't know until you try. It's not that easy to enter Goddess Attraction Mountain. Song Wanqing scoffed. They can only protect you for a year. After a year, you'll still have to die. Outer Mountain disciples could only stay for a year. This was a rule of Goddess Attraction Mountain, and no one could be exempted from it. Chuli smiled. Who knows what will happen after a year? After a year, Ming Yu will become an enlightened master. Song Wanqing said. You're no longer worthy of Ming Yu. Chuli nodded and did not refute her. Song Wanqing scoffed. You entered Goddess Attraction Mountain to cultivate the dragon taming technique and become a god, right? Chuli looked at her in surprise. Song Wanqing said, Do you think no one can guess what you're thinking? Chuli nodded slowly and did not deny it. If he did, it would be an insult to Song Wanqing's intelligence. Song Wanqing scoffed. But others didn't expect you to be so ambitious. They all thought you entered Goddess Attraction Mountain to avoid being hunted and become an enlightened master. Chuli nodded. He was now the #1 master in the Ji dynasty under 100 years. It was difficult for masters from the Tempest Temple to surpass him. He was halfway to becoming an enlightened master. Even the Crown Prince was no match for him. He would definitely become an enlightened master. However, his backing was too weak. The High Duke's public house could hardly protect him. No one knew that he was a disciple of Amethyst Mountain. As a result, the Tempest Temple would definitely hunt him down. Based on his friendship with Fa Yuan, they might not kill him, but they would definitely weaken his martial arts. They might even cripple his martial arts, which would reduce his chance of becoming an enlightened master and keep him in the Tempest Temple. It was not just the Tempest Temple. The Green Deer Cliff might not be willing to submit. They might also have disciples with profound cultivation levels. In short, other than the Titanium Temple, the other 3 sects were not easy to deal with. All right, if you can become an enlightened master, Ming Yu could be a concubine, Song Wanqing said. Chapter 33:16. He did not expect Song Wanqing to say this. He initially thought that she would use her identity as an enlightened master to force him to make a decision and marry into the Great Light Peak to assist Sun Mingyue. Song Wanqing said, If you can become a god, Mingyue won't feel bad becoming your woman, even if she's an enlightened master. Chuli took a deep breath and swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. He knew that if he really rejected this, not only would Sun Mingyue lose face, but Song Wanqing would not let him go and might even deal with Shao Qi. Instead of that, it was better to put it aside. Song Wanqing did not have much time left in this world. She would soon ascend to the Grandmaster's boundary, so this matter would not be affected. Song Wanqing seemed to have read his mind and scoffed. Do you dare to admit that you don't like Mingyue at all? Chuli was silent. No man could reject a woman like Sun Mingyue. Even if he had Shao Qi in his heart and tried his best to suppress his feelings, he could not deceive himself. Few men. Song Wanqing sneered and cast a sidelong glance at him. Chuli sighed. It's lonely at the top. The saint is quite pitiful. She's pitiful, but there are many more pitiful people in this world. Song Wanqing scoffed. If you pity her, treat her well in the future. Don't torture her. Chuli remained silent and dared not agree. He did not dare to be greedy. He was able to obtain 2 women. Shao Qi and Sun Mingyue were both extraordinary women in the world. It was already a blessing to have one of them. If he wanted to have both of them, he would end up with nothing and God would punish his greed. He had no regrets having Shao Qi, as his life was indeed worth it. Song Wanqing said, Forget it, it's useless to tell you this. Do you really want to become a god? Chuli nodded slowly. Song Wanqing scoffed. It's rare for you to have such intentions, but you should know that no one has succeeded so far. Chuli raised his eyebrows and nodded slowly. Song Wanqing said, The enemy you'll face is the Grandmaster's boundary. They won't allow you to become a god. Chuli frowned at her. Song Wanqing said, Just like how the Fu dynasty treats the 4 nations, the Outland and our realm must maintain their suppression. What you'll have to face next is not only the Tempest Temple's pursuit, but also the Fu dynasty's pursuit. Even if you hide in Goddess Attraction Mountain, you won't be safe. More importantly, you'll be pursued by the Outland. Hunted by the Grandmaster? Chuli was stunned. Song Wanqing said, All the gods in the 5 nations have to listen to the skies beyond. If the skies beyond wants to kill you, then all the gods want to kill you, including me. Chu Li shook his head. I'm flattered. However, if you really can master the dragon control technique, I can help you. Song Wanqing said. Chu Li asked, Senior Song, why are you doing this? Because I can't stand the way the realm beyond Avalon does things. Song Wanqing sneered. As an enlightened master, your hands and feet are tied. You might as well be a grandmaster and be free and unfettered. How hateful. Chu Li nodded. Song Wanqing said, if you can successfully cultivate the dragon control technique, I will help you think of a way to obtain the other 3 sects' mental cultivation methods. So the key is the dragon control technique. This dragon control technique is not that easy to cultivate. Chu Li replied, I'll try my best. Song Wanqing said, if you want to successfully cultivate the dragon control technique, the requirements are too harsh. Especially now that the spirit beasts have entered the 100,000 hills, it is even more impossible to cultivate the dragon control technique, so don't hold too much hope. Just stay at Goddess Attraction Mountain. Once he was unable to defy nature and become a god, he could still become a god under the protection of Goddess Attraction Mountain. Although she said it was tasteless, it was still more freedom than the Grandmaster. From then on, his life would no longer be in danger. Chu Li said, Thank you, Senior Song. Song Wanqing waved her hand and said, When are you leaving? I'll leave now. Chu Li said, Go. Song Wanqing said, Talk to Mingyu and leave as soon as possible. Cultivate the dragon control technique as soon as possible. If I haven't mastered the dragon control technique by the time I ascend to heaven, I won't be able to help you anymore. Yes. Chu Li Fist saluted and turned to leave the courtyard. He arrived at the Divine Light Basilica. The basilica was brightly lit, but it was deserted. Only Sun Mingyue was reading the scrolls. When she saw Chu Li enter, she sat behind the table and looked at him quietly. Chu Li sighed. I should go to Goddess Attraction Mountain. I'll send you there, Sun Mingyue said. No need. Chu Li shook his head. I'll be careful. Both of them knew that the road to Goddess Attraction Mountain was not easy. They might be intercepted along the way. Sun Mingyue frowned and stared at him. Chu Li said, I can't rely on you for everything. Being able to enter Goddess Attraction Mountain is already a great help. Besides, no one else knows about this, right? No. Sun Mingyue shook her head. How could this matter be spread out? There would be endless trouble. Then it's fine, Chu Li said. Sun Mingyue scoffed. Once you enter Goddess Attraction Mountain, you might be wronged. I hope you can bear it. Chu Li said, I used to be an unranked scribe of the High Duke's public house. It's easy to go up, but it's hard to go down. Sun Mingyue said, I hope you can take it easy. What did Master say to you? Chu Li smiled. Senior Song warned me to be careful of all enlightened masters. Sun Mingyue stared at his face and secretly sighed in relief. She was most afraid that Song Wanqing would talk about her relationship with Chu Li and force him to leave Shaoqi and marry her. It's getting late. I'll head out now. Chu Li Fist saluted. Take care, Saint. If you really need me, crush this pendant. He took out a crystal-clear jade talisman and handed it to her. Sun Mingyue took it and fiddled with it for a while before putting it in front of her chest. Then, she took out an iron tag from her sleeve and handed it to him. This is the entrance iron tag to Goddess Attraction Mountain. Anyone who holds this tag will become an outer disciple of Goddess Attraction Mountain for a year. I've already told Goddess Attraction Mountain about your identity. You'll be using the name Chu Li. Chu Li smiled and fist saluted. Then, he turned around and strode out of Divine Light Basilica. He then disappeared and appeared at the exit of Great Light Peak with the appearance of Zhao De. He had been using this appearance to travel through the night. This identity was the safest way for him to travel, as he could avoid being hunted. Until now, no one knew that he was Zhao De. He traveled during the day and rested at night. He was not in a hurry. He calmly made his way to Immortal Attraction Mountain. After traveling like this for 10 days, he arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. He raised his head and sized up Immortal Attraction Mountain. The towering peak towered into the sky. It was straight and did not have slope. It was like a stone pillar that reached the sky. At first glance, he could only see the clouds and mist. He could not see the peak or how tall it was. Even with the omniscient mirror, Chuli could not see how tall it was. This was the famous and mysterious goddess attraction mountain. As he stood at the foot of the mountain, he could not help but want to kneel on the ground. He reached out and took out the iron tag. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared on the iron tag. Then, a force surged out of the iron tag and broke free from his hand. It floated in the air and suddenly turned into a ray of dark light that shot into the mountainside of Goddess Attraction Mountain and disappeared. Chuli frowned and pondered. It seemed that there was a formation carved on the iron tag. Otherwise, no matter how strong one's cultivation level was, it would be impossible to take away the iron tag from so far away. He had studied the iron tag along the way and noticed that there was a strange symbol carved on it. When the iron tag flashed earlier, the omniscient mirror had also seen the strange symbol flash. Chapter 33:17. Chuli stared at the metal plate, but it eventually left the coverage of the omniscient mirror and was thrown somewhere unknown. After a while, a clear cry came from the sky, and 2 white cranes landed. Their huge wings stirred up a strong wind. Chuli stood in the wind, his white robe flapping loudly as he looked at the handsome young man on the cranes. The 2 cranes were huge, 4 times the size of normal cranes. They stood taller than him and were even larger than the spirit cranes. Unfortunately, they only looked like that. Through the omniscient mirror, their strength and speed were far inferior to the spirit cranes, but they were a few times stronger than normal cranes. They were in between normal cranes and spirit cranes. A handsome young man in a yellow robe sat on one of the cranes, smiling at Chuli. Chuli fist saluted. "I'm Chuli. I'm Zhu Yuan from the Zheng dynasty." The young man in the yellow robe floated down and fist saluted in front of Chuli. "Are you chosen by the Li dynasty's imperial family?" Chuli nodded. He already knew that every year the imperial family would send a quota to Immortal Attraction Mountain to become an Outer Mountain disciple. Although Immortal Attraction Mountain did not care about secular affairs, if one could catch the eye of Immortal Attraction Mountain, they would receive great benefits. Hence, this quota was very popular. The name Chu Li sounds familiar. There's a Chu Li in the Ji dynasty, right? Zhu Yuan smiled. Chu Li smiled. "That's me." "Oh." Zhu Yuan smiled in surprise. "The Ji dynasty and the Li dynasty are sworn enemies. How is that possible?" Chu Li smiled and shook his head without saying a word. Zhu Yuan smiled. "All right, I won't ask anymore. Follow me." He leapt onto one of the giant cranes and pointed at the other white crane. Chu Li glided and landed on the back of the white crane. The white crane shook a little before it stood up steadily. It was even more stable than riding a horse. There are already Ji dynasty's imperial family disciples on the mountain. You might know them. Zhu Yuan smiled. Chu Li asked, "Who?" "Lung Tao." Zhu Yuan smiled. "You know him?" Chu Li smiled and nodded. "That's good. Let's go." Zhu Yuan smiled and patted the crane's neck. Suddenly, it spread its huge wings and flapped twice, stirring up a gust of wind. With one leg, it flew into the sky. The white crane behind Chu Li flew up as well. Although it was huge, its movements were light and graceful. It looked like a fairy. The 2 cranes swayed as they ascended, passing through the cold clouds, and finally landed in front of a palace on the mountainside. Chu Li looked into the distance and saw a palace at the peak of the mountain. It was not as big as this palace, but it had a glorious golden roof. It was as if all the sunlight had been absorbed into the palace. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. As soon as Chu Li stepped into Goddess Attraction Mountain, he immediately felt that the spiritual energy was dense. Although it was not as dense as the 100,000 hills, it was far from comparable to the outside world. He stared at it and analyzed it carefully. The life and death scripture was very sensitive to spiritual chi, so he quickly analyzed that the spiritual chi here was 10 times that of the outside world. If he cultivated here, although he could not achieve 10 times the effect, he could achieve 4 or 5 times the effect. 10 years was equivalent to 50 years for others. Such a beautiful place was really attractive. In front of the huge palace was a meadow. Several white cranes were strolling leisurely, occasionally flying up and disappearing into the sky. There was no one in front of the main hall. After the two of them descended from the white crane, Zhu Yuan smiled and said, "This is where we will be staying." Chu Li looked around. "Just the two of us. There are three more." Zhu Yuan smiled. Lung Tao, Li Xuanxin, and Tang Zhao. Chu Li nodded and looked around. Zhu Yuan said, "They are busy feeding the spirit beasts." Spirit beasts? Chu Li was surprised. "There are spirit beasts here?" He looked around. He had already activated the omniscient mirror, but there were no spirit beasts in the palace. Zhu Yuan shook his head. "The spirit beasts are on the mountain, not here. The five of us are outer mountain disciples. Our mission is to feed the spirit beasts." "What spirit beasts are they?" Chu Li asked. Zhu Yuan said, "Spirit snakes." Chu Li frowned. Zhu Yuan sighed. "I heard that cultivating the dragon taming technique requires spirit snakes, or else it will be impossible to cultivate. However, this generation of goddess attraction mountain disciples has a bad temper. We have to hold it in." Chu Li said, "So, it's to feed spirit snakes. I heard that we can cultivate some techniques too. Is that true?" "We can cultivate." Zhu Yuan nodded. "Cultivate the spirit snake technique first. If we can cultivate it successfully, we can cultivate the dragon taming technique." Chu Li sighed in relief. Zhu Yuan shook his head. "But the spirit snake technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. I've been cultivating for half a month now, but I still haven't gotten the hang of it." The two of them talked as they walked into the palace. They passed through a basilica and arrived at a house in the backyard. "This is where you'll be staying. I'll be staying in the other house. This place is big, so you can choose where you want to stay." Zhu Yuan smiled. "Although it's a little lonely, it's still very relaxing. Can we leave the mountain whenever we want?" Chu Li asked. Zhu Yuan nodded. "Spirit snakes don't eat every day. Sometimes they don't need to be fed, so you can go out for 7 days. Goddess Attraction Mountain won't care about your whereabouts either." Chu Li smiled. "That's freedom." If you want to cultivate more advanced martial arts, you need to master the spirit snake technique first. If you can't master the spirit snake technique, then you can't cultivate other martial arts. Goddess Attraction Mountain won't care if you want to cultivate it or not." Chu Li suddenly understood. And the best way to master the spirit snake technique is to observe and figure out the spirit snake, Zhu Yuan said. "That's why the three of them stayed there and didn't come back. I came to welcome you." Chu Li smiled and closed fist saluted. "Thank you, Brother Zhu." Zhu Yuan waved his hand. "We'll be fellow disciples in the future. We'll take care of each other when we leave the mountain. There's no need to be so polite." Chu Li nodded. As they spoke, footsteps came from outside. The three of them strode in and saw Chu Li. Lung Tao was still chubby, but his face was solemn as if he was a different person. When he saw Chu Li, his eyes widened and he shouted in disbelief, "Chu Li?" Chu Li closed fists, saluted, and smiled. "Imperial Crown Prince, you're here too?" Lung Tao lost his voice. "How could you be here?" Zhu Yuan smiled. "Brother Lung, Brother Chu is here on behalf of the Li Dynasty Imperial family." "Li Dynasty?" "Impossible!" Lung Tao shouted. Chu Li said, "Imperial Crown Prince, you don't have to be surprised. I really did snatch this spot from the Li Dynasty Imperial family." "Impossible!" Lung Tao shook his head. Chu Li ignored him and turned to look at the other two young men. One of them was burly and looked simple and honest, while the other was handsome and had a strong aura. "Come, let me introduce you." Zhu Yuan smiled. "This is Tang Zhao from the Fu Dynasty, and this is Li Xuanxin from the Qiu Dynasty." Chu Li closed fists, saluted, and smiled. "Nice to meet you. I'm Chu Li." The two men's expressions changed. Chu Li's name was not to be underestimated. Both of them did not stay in a mountain all the time and often left the mountain, so they were very familiar with this name. Zhu Yuan smiled. "This is Chu Li from the Ji Dynasty. Nice to meet you." The two men closed fists, saluted. Lung Tao suddenly shouted, "Chu Li, so you're colluding with the Li Dynasty?" Chu Li said angrily, "Yes, I'm colluding with the Li Dynasty." Lung Tao was overjoyed. "You finally admitted it." Chapter 33:18. The ecstasy on Lung Tao's face froze. His pale and plump face looked awkward as he scoffed sternly. I didn't expect head chief Chu to be from the Li dynasty. Chu Li replied lazily. I'm from the High Duke's public house. When did I become from the Li dynasty? Imperial Crown Prince, think carefully before you speak. Don't just say ridiculous things. Lung Tao scoffed. If you're not from the Li dynasty, how did you get the quota? There are many ways to get the quota. Chu Li said. Imperial Crown Prince, I'm surprised that you came to Goddess Attraction Mountain. I thought it would be Imperial Crown Prince Lung Feng. I didn't expect it to be you. Lung Feng won't come. You must have made a deal with the Li dynasty. You must have betrayed the Ji dynasty. Lung Tao said. Imperial Crown Prince, you're being too nosy, Chu Li said. Lung Tao puffed out his chest and patted it. As a disciple of the Ji dynasty's imperial family, how can I let you do whatever you want? Chu Li ignored him and closed fist saluted Tang Zhao and Li Xuanxin. I hope the two of you can teach me. We don't dare. Both of their expressions were cold. Chu Li smiled. He suppressed the Fu dynasty's young disciple to the point that he could not lift his head. Tang Zhao from the Fu dynasty was hostile and said, Senior brother Zhou has a bad temper. Just listen to what he says and don't make him angry. Chu Li nodded. Zhu Yuan came to the bottom of the 100+ steps and said, Senior brother Zhou, Li dynasty's disciple Chu Li is here to see you. Come in. A deep voice came from inside the hall. Zhu Yuan led Chu Li up the 100+ steps and arrived at the doorstep of the hall. He closed fist saluted. Senior brother Zhou. Then, he crossed the doorstep and entered the hall. Chu Li followed him in and saw a handsome young man sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. He was dressed in a yellow shirt, and his eyes were bright like torches. One glance at Chu Li seemed to be able to see through his body and mind. A giant snake coiled around him in the shape of a giant disc. It was as thick as a person's waist, and Chu Li estimated that it was about 30 meters long. The snake's head was ferocious and terrifying, and its eyes were emitting a cold glint. It stared at Chu Li like cold electricity, and its forked tongue kept hissing as if it was going to pounce at him at any time. If an ordinary person saw this giant snake, they would collapse to the ground. Chu Li looked at the giant snake calmly and shook his head. Although the snake was huge, it was not a spirit beast. It was still a common beast. No matter how big it was, it would not be able to break through the gap between a mortal and a spirit beast. Just like humans, no matter how burly and strong an ordinary person was, they were still different from a grandmaster. Senior brother Zhou, Chu Li has arrived, Zhu Yuan said respectfully with a fist salute. Greetings, brother Zhou. Chu Li fist saluted. Zhou Jie said coldly. What took you so long? Chu Li said, I was delayed by something. Please forgive me, Senior brother Zhou. How can you delay coming to Goddess Attraction Mountain? It seems like you don't take our Goddess Attraction Mountain seriously. Zhou Jie snorted and said, Then why did you come to Goddess Attraction Mountain? Chu Li said helplessly, I definitely don't mean that. He knew that this Zhou Jie was using this opportunity to create trouble and put him in his place. However, as a disciple of Immortal Attraction Mountain, why was there a need to do this? Zhou Jie had a treasure weapon on him that blocked the prying of the omniscient mirror. Chu Li could not see through his thoughts, but such hostility did not come out of nowhere. There must be a reason. However, he had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. If he wanted the dragon taming technique, he could not be chased out of Goddess Attraction Mountain by Zhou Jie. Zhu Yuan kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say a word. Zhou Jie stared coldly at Chu Li. The giant snake behind him slowly crawled toward Chu Li, its long forked tongue hissing nonstop. It was almost touching Chu Li. Chu Li looked at Zhou Jie without moving. On the other hand, Zhou Jie stared at him without blinking, watching as the giant snake kept approaching Chu Li. Chu Li said, Could it be that Senior brother Zhou wants to kill me? Do you know that Goddess Attraction Mountain has the right to kill you? Zhou Jie laughed coldly and said, If I kill you, no one will say another word. Chu Li nodded. If I've done anything wrong, I'm willing to be punished. Senior brother Zhou, Brother Chu was only a few days late. His crime doesn't warrant death, right? Zhu Yuan said. Zhou Jie's gaze suddenly shot over. The giant snake suddenly slid and instantly shot in front of Zhu Yuan. Its long tongue flicked in and out in front of Zhu Yuan, ready to strike his face at any time. Zhu Yuan's expression changed slightly. The giant snake's aura made him feel immense pressure, and he felt a sense of danger. Chu Li frowned. He did not expect Zhou Jie to be so overbearing and unreasonable, insisting on putting him in his place. He did not expect Zhu Yuan to be so naive. He really did not look like a disciple of the imperial family. Chapter 33:19. Zhou Jie said coldly, "Are you going to stand up for him, Zhu Yuan?" Zhu Yuan pursed his lips nervously. He felt cold all over. The giant snake's breath seemed to be blowing on his face. The stench seeped into every pore of his body, trying to freeze him. However, his pride prevented him from lowering his head. He pursed his lips tightly and stared at the giant snake without saying a word, meeting its cold gaze. Zhou Jie sneered. "How dare you?" Zhu Yuan said nothing. "Since you want to stand up for him, I'll fulfill your wish." Zhou Jie sneered. Hiss. The giant snake's head slowly retreated and hissed. Suddenly, it moved forward at lightning speed, its tongue stabbing towards Zhu Yuan like a sword. Zhu Yuan quickly blocked it with his palm. Bang! His palm collided with the snake's tongue. Zhu Yuan flew out of the palace and slowly fell down the 100 steps. His palm was limp and could not move anymore. Chu Li appeared beside him in a flash and helped him up. Spiritual energy surged into his body and healed his broken arm. The blow broke his shoulder, but his internal organs were unharmed. It was a blow of pure strength. Zhu Yuan struggled to shake his head. He looked arrogantly at Zhou Jie, who was looking down at him at the palace gate. Although Zhou Jie was strong, he was unreasonable and easily angered. Zhu Yuan was an outer mountain disciple, and his martial arts was not high, but he would never lower his head. He was here to be a disciple. Why should he let him bully him? Zhu Yuan was the Zheng dynasty's crown prince. No one in the Zheng dynasty treated him like this. Even if his parents told him to lower his head before he came, he could not really do it. Chu Li said, "What did Brother Zhu do to be so ruthless? Is this the rule of Goddess Attraction Mountain?" He did not block earlier because he did not expect Zhou Jie to really do it. He thought it was just to scare Zhu Yuan. He was too late and caused Zhu Yuan to be injured. Fortunately, it was only a superficial injury. He would recover after a few days of rest. This made him extremely angry. Even if he needed help from Goddess Attraction Mountain, he could not help but want to teach Zhou Jie a lesson. Mountain rules? Zhou Jie suddenly laughed. "Are you even worthy of mentioning mountain rules?" Chu Li said, "We're outer mountain disciples after entering Goddess Attraction Mountain. As an inner mountain disciple, you don't have the right to punish us, right?" "I don't have the right to punish you." Zhou Jie smiled and said, "But if I want to teach you a lesson, I'll teach you a lesson. Who asked your martial arts to be so weak?" Chu Li scoffed coldly. "Do you think you can be so unscrupulous? Our immortal attraction mountain only has 3 inner disciples." Zhou Jie smiled and said, "Master and Grandmaster are both in seclusion. If I teach you a lesson, you can only endure it for nothing. So, you should know your situation, right?" Chu Li turned to look at Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan gritted his teeth and nodded. He could feel Chu Li's inner energy continuously healing his arm. It was warm and comfortable. Chu Li's cultivation level was far higher than his. No wonder he had such a great reputation. His reputation was indeed well-deserved. Chu Li scoffed. "That's impossible. Only 3 people? Master is an enlightened master. Master is currently in isolation. When he comes out, he will be an enlightened master. I will also be an enlightened master in the future." Zhou Jie sneered. "Chu Li, although you are powerful, you are destined to never become an enlightened master." Chu Li replied faintly, "That might not be the case." Zhou Jie curled his lips and sneered. "Do you think you can obediently wait to take over as an enlightened master by hiding here?" Chu Li frowned. "Could it be that someone dares to attack Goddess Attraction Mountain? You're too naive. Zhou Jie scoffed. I heard you have a wife and the High Duke's public house. If someone wants to attack the High Duke's public house or capture your wife, will you go back? Chu Li sighed. The Tempest Temple is not that despicable. For the sake of an enlightened master, even the most despicable things can be done. Zhou Jie curled his lips. So, don't even dream about it. Chu Li nodded. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother Zhou. Zhou Jie sneered. I'm reminding you to be mindful of your identity. You're not an enlightened master. You're just an outer mountain disciple. Yes, Chu Li replied, but I also have to remind senior brother Zhou that you're not an enlightened master either. You're just an inner mountain disciple. Zhou Jie's face darkened. Looks like you're not convinced. Chu Li replied, I wouldn't dare. Senior brother Zhou was so aggressive. It was all because of jealousy. Nonsense. Zhou Jie's expression changed. He laughed out loud. Jealousy? I'm jealous of you? Chu Li said coldly. You're feeling guilty, aren't you? When he heard that there were only 3 people in Goddess Attraction Mountain and that the other 2 were in isolated cultivation, he completely gave up. It was almost impossible to learn the dragon taming technique from Goddess Attraction Mountain. Looking at Zhou Jie, he would never teach it to him. It would be useless even if he knelt down and begged. If that was the case, why should he be sullen? Chu, who do you think you are? Zhou Jie sneered. You think you're the youth champion just because you're a little famous? You're just a frog in a well. Today, I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. As he finished speaking, the giant snake suddenly crawled out of the palace. Its 10-meter-long body appeared in the air, and its tongue stabbed forward like a sword. Ding! Chu Li held his sword horizontally in front of him. The tongue hit the blade, and a great force was transmitted. Chu Li's own strength was strong. Although it was not as strong as a spirit beast, it was far stronger than a human. Although the giant snake was strong, it was not much stronger than him. The magical effect of the giant spirit pill was shown. He did not take a step back. Humph! Zhou Jie sneered when he saw him, standing steadily. The giant snake was like a gust of wind. It did not seem clumsy at all. It slithered down the stairs in an instant and circled Chu Li and Zhu Yuanzhu in the middle. Its tongue flicked in and out and hissed. It stared coldly at the 2 of them. Zhu Yuanzhu's body stiffened. He wanted to turn around and escape. Chu Li said in a low voice, If this snake is presumptuous again, don't blame me for being impolite. Huh? Zhou Jie laughed. Impolite? Are you saying that you can kill it? If you can really kill it, then I have nothing to say. That's good. Chu Li nodded slowly. Zhou Jie shook his head and laughed. You really don't know your limits. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant snake's tongue shot towards Chu Li again. Ding, 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 ding. Chu Li stabbed the tongue several times. He moved forward as he attacked. The closer he got to the giant snake's body, the tip of his sword even pierced the snake's body, making the sound of metal clashing. The giant snake's scales were hard and impenetrable. However, Chu Li did not stop stabbing as if he was unconvinced and wanted to break through. The giant snake's movements were extremely fast. Coupled with the speed of its tongue, Zhu Yuan was dazzled. He knew that he could not avoid it even if he was prepared. This giant snake was Zhou Jie's pet. If it could not deal with it, then Zhou Jie could. It was no wonder that Zhou Jie was so arrogant. Chu Li appeared behind the giant snake in a flash. He gently circled the snake's neck with his sword, and the snake's body was suddenly cut into 2. This sword was unleashed by the rich force accumulated in the 7 chakras. As he expected, its power was shocking. Bang, 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 bang. The snake's head and tail struggled violently and swept left and right. The spotless bluestone floor shook from the giant snake's slaps. Chapter 33:20. Chu Li gently shook his sword, and the blood dripped onto the bluestone floor. He sheathed his sword. He shook his head. No matter how big the snake was, it was not a spirit snake. Otherwise, even with a strong aura, the sword might not be able to cut it in half. Chu Li, you deserve to die. Zhou Jie's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Chu Li. I will kill you, for little Qing. Chu Li said calmly. This is a warning to Brother Zhou. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're an inner mountain disciple. Die. Zhou Jie roared. He crossed 100 steps in one step and arrived in front of Chu Li with a palm. Bam! Chu Li took a step back and looked at Zhou Jie in shock. He did not expect his palm energy to be so strong and domineering. It was only slightly weaker than his own. This was even better than Wei Wuwei. No wonder he was so arrogant. Zhou Jie took 2 steps back and almost tripped on the steps. He stared at Chu Li with an ugly expression. He did not expect Chu Li to be so powerful. Chu Li's cultivation level was higher than his, and his inner energy was so strong that it suppressed him. His internal organs felt like they were burning. It was much purer than his. Chu Li shook his head. That's all you got. You're asking for it. Zhou Jie snorted and struck again. Roar. It was as if a giant beast was roaring. The strange palm energy reached Chu Li's chest at an incredible speed. Chu Li did not dodge and met it with his right palm. Boom. It was like an explosion. Chu Li stood firmly while Zhou Jie took 2 steps back. His face was flushed. Boom, boom, boom. Both of them continued to exchange palms. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 10 palms. Chu Li did not take a single step back. Zhou Jie desperately attacked, but kept retreating. At first, he was forced to take 2 steps back. After 10 palms, he was forced to take 4 steps back. His face was red and his eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Chu Li. Good, good. Chu Li shook his head. It's a waste of effort. You're no match for me. No wonder you're so arrogant. Zhou Jie gritted his teeth. He glanced at the broken snake on the ground and said slowly, but this is Goddess Attraction Mountain, not the Ji Dynasty. Chu Li said, so what if it's Goddess Attraction Mountain? Do you think, brother, Zhou dares to kill me? I don't dare to kill, but someone dares to kill you. Zhou Jie sneered. Chu Li extended his hand. As an Outer Mountain disciple, I have the right to cultivate the Spirit Serpent technique, right? You want to cultivate the Spirit Serpent art. Zhou Jie sneered. You're interested in the Spirit Serpent art? Chu Li replied, I'm not interested in the Spirit Serpent technique. I want to cultivate the Dragon Taming technique. I heard that it's the ultimate technique of Goddess Attraction Mountain. You haven't cultivated it yet, have you? All right, I'll give you the Spirit Snake art. Zhou Jie scoffed with a gloomy face. He took out a thin booklet and tossed it to Chu Li. Practice well. If you can't master this, don't come to the inner mountain. He waved his hand and returned to the main hall. Zhu Yuan pursed his lips. This Zhou Jie was also someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When he saw that he could not defeat Chu Li, he retreated. Even though the giant snake was killed by Chu Li, it was really disgraceful. He did not use any secret skills at all. Chu Li took the secret manual and glanced at the 3 big words on it. Spirit Serpent Technique. Raising his thumb, Zhu Yuan praised. Brother Chu, you're truly amazing. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. I've caused Brother Zhu to get injured. It's none of your business. Zhu Yuan scoffed. I've always disliked him. He's always arrogant and overbearing. It's as if we're all his slaves, ordering us around. I've been itching to beat him up for a long time. Chu Li laughed. Zhu Yuan said, but I can't defeat him. This guy may be arrogant, but his martial arts is really good. He's worthy of being a disciple of Goddess Attraction Mountain. Chu Li smiled. He hasn't cultivated the dragon taming technique yet, right? He felt that Zhou Jie's martial arts was not the dragon taming technique. Otherwise, the dragon taming technique would be too weak. He hasn't mastered the spirit snake art. Zhu Yuan pursed his lips. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this snake by his side. It would have become a spirit snake long ago. Spirit snake? Chu Li frowned. He had already noticed something strange. The giant snake that he had just killed seemed to have a telepathic connection with Zhou Jie. Zhu Yuan said, Our spirit snake art allows us to tame spirit snakes as our pets and let them fight for us. Chu Li laughed. This was out of his expectations. He had thought that the spirit snake art was a martial arts technique based on the wonders of spirit snakes. He never thought that it was not just for self-cultivation, but for taming spirit snakes for one's own use. How was this martial arts technique? It was more like a divine power. Zhu Yuan said, The spirit snake art is very mysterious. It allows one to transform into a spirit snake and gain the approval of other spirit snakes to become one's pet. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. He did not say much and quickly flipped open the spirit snake art. He finished reading more than 10 pages in one go. He quickly deduced it in his mind and finally nodded. It was indeed, as Zhu Yuan said. The spirit snake art was a technique to refine one's body and cultivate energy. It allowed one to obtain the spirit of a spirit snake and connect with the spirit snake's mind to become one's pet. As one became stronger, one would also obtain a powerful assistant. Compared to the spirit crane art that he had cultivated before, the spirit snake art took a different path. The spirit crane art only took the charm of spirit cranes and created a powerful martial arts technique inspired by spirit cranes. When it was perfected, it would be shockingly powerful. The spirit snake art, on the other hand, transformed one's body into a spirit snake. In essence, it was a technique to refine one's body. It was harder to cultivate than the spirit crane art. It was not easy to change one's body. One would have to suffer a lot. How can he become an inner mountain disciple if he hasn't cultivated the spirit snake art? Chuli asked. Zhu Yuan pouted. Although he hasn't cultivated the spirit snake art, he has enough potential. If he slowly cultivates it, he will eventually master the dragon taming technique and become an enlightened master. Chu Li shook his head. Don't tell me the dragon taming technique is to refine himself into a dragon. Yes, Zhu Yuan said. A spirit snake can only turn into a dragon after it becomes strong. If he doesn't cultivate the spirit snake art, he won't be able to cultivate the dragon taming technique. Chuli nodded slowly. Zhu Yuan said, in short, this spirit snake art is very difficult to cultivate. Even Zhou Jie couldn't cultivate it with his potential. It will be even more difficult for us to cultivate it. There's a way, Chuli said. I have to try. Brother Chu, you have great potential too. You might be able to cultivate it, Zhu Yuan said. Chu Li shook his head. My potential is average. I'm just lucky. I'll go back and cultivate first. Will brother Zhou give me trouble again? Zhu Yuan said, I know this guy. When he can't beat you, brother Chu, he will definitely behave himself. When he can beat you one day, he will definitely settle old scores. Therefore, brother Chu, you must quickly practice the spirit snake art. Don't fall behind him. Chuli Fizz saluted. Brother Zhu, please guide me in the future. Actually, we don't have much to do on Goddess Attraction Mountain. We just have some trivial things to do. Zhu Yuan said, it's planting spirit herbs. Cultivating the spirit snake art requires a unique secret recipe of spirit herbs. Every day, we have to boil and bathe in spirit herbs. We have to plant all these spirit herbs. Each of us has to take care of 10 acres of spirit herbs. Chuli nodded. All right, we don't have to care about this snake. He was the best at planting spirit herbs. It was also the most worry-free. Zhu Yuan said, just throw it down. Chuli pushed with his palm, and the giant snake fell into the clouds, disappearing before their eyes. The two rode the white crane back to their palace. They followed Zhu Yuan to a spirit herb nursery. They found 10 acres of spirit nursery that belonged to them. There were 10 types of spirit herbs planted on it. Chapter 33:21. Chuli looked at the 10 acres of spirit herbs and shook his head. No matter where he went, he would always encounter spirit herbs. However, with the life and death scripture, he did not have to worry about spirit herbs. Now that the life and death scripture was becoming more powerful, it was more beneficial to spirit herbs. These are the green headgrass, splendid pine grass, and golden watergrass. Zhu Yuan pointed at the spirit grasses and introduced the names of the 10 spirit grasses one by one. With a smile, he said, when these 10 spirit grasses are boiled together, it is the most important medicinal bath for us to cultivate the spirit serpent art. If we don't have this medicinal bath recipe, it would be useless even if we obtain the spirit serpent art. Furthermore, these 10 spirit grasses are the most important food for the spirit serpent. Chuli smiled. Feeding the spirit snake is the most important, right? Yes. Zhu Yuan smiled and nodded. We can only use the leftovers from the spirit snake. However, there are 4 of us. 40 acres of spirit herbs is enough for it to eat. We can use more than enough too. Chuli pondered. Can we plant these at the foot of the mountain? As long as there is enough for the spirit snake to eat and enough spirit herbs, you can plant them wherever you want. You can also ask for help from others. In short, you don't have to worry about these spirit herbs spreading. Zhu Yuan smiled. However, these spirit herbs are difficult to grow. Goddess Attraction Mountain has a rich spiritual energy. Even if there are spirit fields elsewhere, it will be difficult to grow them. Chu Li nodded. Rich spiritual energy was indeed a characteristic of Goddess Attraction Mountain. He smiled. Zhou Jia, was that snake a spirit snake? No. Zhu Yuan shook his head. It was just a little bit away from becoming a spirit snake. It probably would have become a spirit snake in another 10 years. Unfortunately, you killed it. Chu Li smiled. Could it be that a normal snake can also become a spirit snake? Yes. Zhu Yuan nodded. If it eats enough of these 10 spirit herbs and uses the inner energy of the spirit snake technique to wash its body, it can become a spirit snake. The dragon taming technique can turn a spirit snake into a dragon. After becoming an enlightened master, one can ride a dragon to travel to the outland. They are much more powerful than other enlightened masters. That's why Goddess Attraction Mountain can transcend the world. Legend has it that after cultivating the dragon taming technique and the other 3 heart techniques, one can enter and exit the outland without the help of a dragon. Defy nature and become a god? Chu Li asked. Zhu Yuan laughed. Defying the heavens and becoming a god is just a legend. No one knows if it's true or not, because no one has ever succeeded in cultivating it. What Zhou Jie said is true, but no one has ever succeeded in cultivating it. The people of Immortal Attraction Mountain ride dragons, to and from heavens beyond. Chu Li nodded. The spirit snake incantation has a total of 9 levels. If I can master the 3rd level, I can stay on the mountain for another year. If I master the 6th level, I can stay for another year. Zhu Yuan smiled and said, if you can cultivate it to perfection, you will be an inner mountain disciple. There will be endless benefits. Chu Li asked, has anyone mastered the 6th level? There was one 100 years ago. Zhu Yuanzhu sighed and said, unfortunately, I didn't manage to reach the 9th level in the end. After staying for 3 years, I still went down the mountain. Chu Li furrowed his brows and said, this threshold is really high. What are the qualifications required to become an inner mountain disciple? Zhu Yuan shook his head. Only the inner mountain disciples know about this. It is said that after starting to cultivate the art of dragon control, there are 2 most important tasks. One is to cultivate the art of dragon control, and the other is to find a disciple. You must find a disciple who meets the requirements. Only one? Chu Li asked. Zhu Yuan nodded. Goddess Attraction Mountain only has 1 disciple. It will never be broken. Chu Li slowly nodded. Zhu Yuan said, also, it is said that only 1 disciple can be found. These disciples are all reincarnated devas, so they can cultivate the art of dragon control. Ordinary people can't cultivate the art of dragon control at all. Devas? Chu Li was surprised. Zhu Yuan waved his hand and said, this is just a legend. I don't know if it is true or not. Anyway, Goddess Attraction Mountain is very mysterious. The spiritual energy is especially rich. Cultivating here for a year is equivalent to cultivating outside for a few years. Even if you can't cultivate the spirit snake incantation, it will still be very beneficial. Chu Li said, other than the spirit snake, can we also feed the dragon? We only care about the spirit snake. We don't need to use anything else. Zhu Yuan smiled and said, Zhou Jie, ignore him. He can't do anything to us. Chu Li frowned and said, if I kill his snake, won't I be punished? He provoked us first. Zhu Yuan scoffed and said, the Hill Master is fair. He won't be biased. Moreover, the Hill Master is an isolated cultivation. He can't be bothered with this kind of thing. What if he kills us? Chu Li asked. Zhu Yuan said, it doesn't have the guts. We're not ordinary people. No matter how extraordinary Goddess Attraction Mountain is, they won't dare to act recklessly. Chu Li nodded. They were all disciples of the imperial family. Their status was much higher than ordinary people. However, he was not. Zhou Jie might be looking for an opportunity to kill him. Unfortunately, Zhou Jie could not kill him. They had to think of other ways. Can we get the dragon taming technique? Chu Li asked. Will it be easier to comprehend the spirit snake incantation through the dragon taming technique? If we can't cultivate the spirit snake incantation, we won't be able to see the dragon taming technique. Zhu Yuan shook his head and said, not to mention us. Even Zhou Jie hasn't seen the dragon taming technique. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. Brother Chu, you have extraordinary qualifications. Unfortunately, no matter how good your qualifications are, I'm afraid you can't cultivate the dragon taming technique. Zhu Yuan shook his head and said, let's see if you can cultivate the spirit snake incantation first. The spirit snake incantation is very powerful. He knew that his qualifications were far from Chu Li's. It was almost impossible for him to cultivate the spirit snake incantation. He could only try to cultivate as much as possible and strive to stay at Goddess Attraction Mountain for one more year. Chu Li smiled and said, I will ask the High Duke's public house to help me plant the spirit herbs. I have also asked someone to help me plant them. Zhu Yuan smiled. Under the hazy moonlight, Chu Li sat in a wooden tub in a house. The tub was steaming hot, and the smell of medicine was rich. He sat in the hot water and felt the strange medicinal effects enter his pores and merge with the heat flow in his meridians. The inner energy of the spirit snake incantation was firm and yang. It was similar to the spiritual energy he obtained from the Outland. Although it was not as pure as the spiritual energy from the Outland, there was a hint of it. This made Chu Li very surprised. He knew a little about the firm and yang heart techniques, but none of them were similar to the spiritual energy from the Outland. Only the spirit snake incantation had a hint of the spiritual energy from the Outland. It was far from the spiritual energy from the Outland, but it had already surpassed the firm and yang inner energy. He suddenly understood the wonders of the spirit snake incantation. The name of the spirit snake incantation was very deceptive. In fact, this heart technique was completely different from the spirit crane incantation. The spirit crane incantation was a heart technique created by comprehending the charm of the spirit crane incantation. After cultivating it, one would be as agile and swift as a spirit crane. However, the spirit snake incantation did not refer to the charm of the spirit snake incantation. Instead, it allowed an ordinary snake to transform into the power of a spirit snake. Zhu Yuan's understanding was fundamentally wrong. After cultivating it, one's body would transform into a spirit snake with infinite strength. He had underestimated the spirit snake incantation. It would be very difficult to cultivate it with this understanding. If Chu Li had not cultivated the supreme diamond scripture and come into contact with the spiritual energy from the Outland, he would not have discovered the wonders of the spirit snake incantation. Chapter 33:22. Chu Li opened his eyes and soaked in the warm water. The medicinal fragrance had disappeared, and the water in the wooden bucket was so clear that he could see the bottom. He had been wearing the floating silkworm-treasured clothing and had been protected by the vital energy. Dust did not stick to his body. Moreover, his body had been cleansed several times and was almost free of dirt. Therefore, even after soaking for so long, the water in the bucket was still clear. He smiled. The Supreme Vidra Scripture was able to obtain the spiritual chi of the sky beyond heaven, which was extremely firm and yang. Unfortunately, the cultivation of the Supreme Vajra Scripture required two people to work together. He could only absorb the spiritual chi through the nirvana wheel, but he could not transform it into a mellow aura. He could not cultivate it alone. Usually, he only used the hard and yang vital energy to activate various martial arts. Although the effect was stronger than the original inner energy, it was far from what he expected and could not achieve the mellow aura. All this while, he could not convert spiritual energy from Outland. All the hard techniques he learned could not convert it. He had always regretted it and refused to cultivate it with Sun Mingwei. He could only waste the supreme diamond scripture. Now that he cultivated the spirit serpent technique, he suddenly found a way to cultivate spiritual energy from Outland. He could convert spiritual energy from Outland and increase his power. Even if it was not as good as the Supreme Diamond Scripture, he was satisfied. As the level of the Spirit Serpent technique increased, the power would also increase. He secretly thought that it might be comparable to the Supreme Diamond Scripture or even better than the mellow aura he cultivated with Sun Mingwei. Time passed unknowingly. A night had passed, and it was morning. Zhu Yuan's voice came from outside. "Brother Chu, we should go feed the spirit snake." Chu Li floated out of the wooden bucket and shook slightly. He put on his clothes and walked out. Zhu Yuan was standing outside with a bag of spirit herbs on his back. When he saw Chu Li come out, he quickly said, "We should go feed the spirit snakes. We have to feed them once every 10 days. Don't forget. Otherwise, if Zhou Jie catches us, we'll be in trouble again." "Okay." Chu Li nodded. "Don't need to bring more spirit herbs?" "No, we'll take turns. You do it once, so we don't have to go every time. I'm bringing you to have a look today." Zhu Yuan said, "I'll bring all the spirit herbs this time. Next time, you'll bring all of them. We'll take turns every 20 days. Chu Li nodded. The two rode on the white crane and flew into the clouds. After passing through the clouds, they arrived at the mountain. Zhu Yuan picked up the bag and quickly walked forward, in case Chu Li couldn't help but hit Zhou Jie and cause trouble. The two arrived at a valley. As soon as he stepped into the ravine, Chu Li activated the omniscient mirror and finally found a small snake that was only a meter long and as thick as a finger. It was emerald green like jade and was completely different from the giant snake that Zhou Jie kept. This emerald jade snake was a spirit snake. According to Chu Li's omniscient mirror, its intelligence was not inferior to that of a normal person. Chapter 33:23. Zhu Yuan looked around and slowly put the bag down. Chu Li asked, "You'll just leave us here? You'll have to wait for it to eat the spirit herbs," Zhu Yuan said, "and observe it." Chu Li asked, "Will it not eat?" Zhu Yuan shook his head. "Sometimes it needs to shed its skin and needs more spirit herbs. It can't wait 10 days. It needs 5 days to feed it." Chu Li slowly nodded. A moment later, a green light flashed, and a jade green spirit snake was lying on top of the spirit herbs. It was what Chu Li saw earlier. Its entire body looked like it was carved out of jade. Not only did it not give off an eerie feeling, but it was also beautiful. One would want to reach out and touch it, but one would have goosebumps when looking at its cold and merciless vertical pupils. It lay on top of the spirit herbs and raised its delicate head. It looked at Chu Li and Zhu Yuan, its tongue hissing in and out at an extremely fast speed. After staring at Chu Li and Zhu Yuan for a while, the snake slowly lowered its head and remained motionless on top of the spirit herbs. A colorful aura gushed out from the bag of spirit herbs, fluttered into the spirit snake's mouth, and disappeared into it. The bulging spirit herb bag suddenly shriveled, and the spirit herbs seemed to have disappeared. The emerald spirit snake laid on top of the bag without moving, as if it was full and did not want to move. Chu Li turned to look at Zhu Yuan. "It's full, right?" "Yes." Zhu Yuan smiled. "Let's complete the mission." Chu Li smiled. "That's quite easy." "It's easy, but the spirit herbs are the key." Zhu Yuan nodded. "Let's go." They turned around and took 2 steps when Chu Li pushed Zhu Yuan. Swoosh! A green shadow flashed, and Zhu Yuan staggered to avoid it. Chu Li quickly shouted, "Be careful." Zhu Yuan looked at the green shadow in confusion. He did not know why the spirit snake would suddenly attack him. Chu Li suddenly stood in front of Zhu Yuan and pressed his palm forward. Bam! The spirit snake collided with the heavenly king palm energy. It sounded like a hammer hitting a piece of wood. It paused in the air and curled its body before shooting toward Zhu Yuan again. It was determined to kill him. Chu Li used another heavenly king palm. Bam! 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 Chu Li unleashed 3 heavenly king palms in one go, blocking the spirit snake outside his palm. Zhu Yuan asked blankly, "What's going on?" Chu Li scoffed. Just now, the bag contained spirit herbs that it hated. It made its whole body uncomfortable. He could sense the changes in the spirit snake's emotions. It was already extremely furious and was determined to kill Zhu Yuan. Its intelligence was not inferior to a human's. It knew that the spirit grass was brought by Zhu Yuan, so it wanted to kill Zhu Yuan. However, it had already angered it by blocking its way, so it wanted to kill it as well. That's impossible. Zhu Yuan shouted, I picked the spiritual grasses one by one. There's no way I'm wrong. Chu Li shook his head. Let's retreat first. Oh, Zhu Yuan answered and hurriedly walked out. Chu Li brought up the rear and repeatedly blocked the spirit snake with his palms. The spirit snake's emotions turned from anger to irritation, and its jade-like body began to expand. Its cold eyes gradually lit up, and the force it used to collide with Chu Li's palm energy became stronger and faster. When the two retreated into the ravine, it suddenly howled and flew into the sky. It flew over Chu Li's head and landed at the entrance of the ravine, blocking their way out. Then, a green glow shot toward Chu Li. Chu Li pulled Zhu Yuan and retreated. Hiss! The green glow landed on the ground and suddenly disappeared. Then, the weeds within 10 meters withered and turned into ashes. Chu Li's omniscient mirror clearly saw the green glow turn into poisonous gas and spread. It was extremely toxic, and it could cut one's throat without bleeding. Chu Li's face darkened as he slowly pulled out his long sword. The modesty sword was dull, but under the activation of his inner energy, it flashed with a terrifying aura. He realized that God's limbs and void light technique could not be used. Goddess Attraction Mountain was indeed strange, but he did not know if it was because of a formation or something else. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. Not only were God's limbs and void light technique restricted, but imminent skyline and other body movement techniques were also slowed down. However, the spirit snake did not seem to be affected and moved extremely quickly. If this continued, they would not be able to escape. Zhu Yuan knew at a glance that the modesty sword was a spirit weapon. He quickly said, Brother Chu, you can't hurt it. Chu Li said, It won't let us leave if we don't hurt it. If you hurt it, Brother Chu, you won't be able to stay on Goddess Attraction Mountain anymore. Zhu Yuan said. Chu Li said coldly, Looks like it was Senior Brother Zhou's doing. Zhu Yuan gritted his teeth. Vicious. He was certain that there was absolutely no problem with the spirit herbs he had picked, but Zhou Jie had turned them over halfway. He must have done something at that time and angered the spirit snake. This Zhou Jie was truly vicious. He wanted their lives. Chu Li said, You go first. No. Zhu Yuan shook his head. Let's go together. Chu Li said, Brother Zhu, you can ask Senior Brother Zhou for help. He can't just leave us to die, right? This. Zhu Yuan frowned. Chu Li said, I think Senior Brother Zhou can appease this spirit snake. He should be able to. Zhu Yuan nodded. Chu Li said, If it doesn't help us, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhu Yuan thought about it and nodded. This was a good idea. He would not be able to help here. His martial arts skills were too weak, and he would only be a burden. He said, All right, I'll go look for Zhou Jie. Chu Li took a step forward, and a misty sword light flashed. The spirit snake rushed forward. Ding! The sword and the snake's body let out a metallic sound. The spirit snake was shaken by the sword energy, and its strength was instantly dissipated. Its body paused and fell to the ground. Go! Chu Li pushed Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan was thrown out like a stone from a catapult. In the blink of an eye, he flew out of the valley. The spirit snake hissed, and its body expanded again. It shot toward Chu Li angrily, and no longer chased after Zhu Yuan. Chu Li waved his sword and covered his body. Ding, 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 ding. The continuous clear sound was like rain hitting banana leaves. He waved his sword and retreated. Zhu Yuan turned to look at Chu Li and the spirit snake. He hurriedly ran toward the basilica. In a short while, he arrived at the basilica, but did not see Zhou Jie. He shouted, Senior Brother Zhou, Senior Brother Zhou. His voice was very loud. However, Zhou Jie seemed to have disappeared. Zhu Yuan immediately thought that Zhou Jie must be hiding in a corner and did not let him find him. He was furious and shouted, Zhou Jie, Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie, get out here. He stood in front of the basilica and cursed loudly. Unfortunately, Zhou Jie did not make a sound. It seemed like he was really not there. Zhu Yuan turned to look at the white cranes in front of the basilica and realized that there were only two of them. It was obvious that Zhou Jie had ridden the other one away. He was really not there and might be hiding below. He stomped his feet and screamed at the sky. Brother Zhu. Chu Li's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Zhu Yuan saw that Chu Li was already in front of him. He immediately smiled and let out a sigh of relief. Chu Li pulled him up. Let's go. Before he finished speaking, a green shadow flashed and the spirit snake attacked again. Chu Li could only wave his sword to block it. He said helplessly, "It can actually leave the valley." Initially, he thought that the spirit snake would only stay in the valley. He would be able to get rid of it if he left the valley. He did not expect that it did not care about the valley at all and continued to chase after them. Chapter 33:24. Chu Li watched as Zhou Jie disappeared. To Zhu Yuan sighed. Brother Chu, he felt that Chu Li was just talking big because he was provoked. It was almost impossible to become an inner mountain disciple. The spirit serpent technique was too difficult and the cultivation progress was slow. Although it was powerful, it was impossible to master it. Lung Tao snorted but did not dare to say anything else. He knew that Chu Li had a bad temper and would slap people for no reason. If he continued to provoke him, it would be difficult for him to escape from Chu Li's hands. Tang Zhao and Li Xuanxin remained silent. Chu Li gave a fist salute. Brother Tang, Brother Li, I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with Brother Chu, Tang Zhao said gravely. Before coming up the mountain, I never would have thought that the disciples of Goddess Attraction Mountain would be so domineering. Li Xin thought to himself, Brother Chu, can you really master the spirit snake art? After being instigated by Zhou Jie, their relationship became closer and they felt like they had a common enemy. Chu Li nodded. I found the trick to cultivating the spirit serpent technique. Actually, this technique doesn't use the spiritual energy of this world, but the spiritual energy of the outland. If I don't understand this, it'll be difficult to cultivate it. The spiritual energy of the realm beyond heaven. The three of them were startled. Chu Li decided to help them, but even so, it would be difficult for the three of them to cultivate the spirit snake technique. If he really became all alone on Goddess Attraction Mountain, it would be very uncomfortable. It would affect his energy and delay his cultivation time. In order to avoid these trivial troubles, he didn't mind generously telling her the secrets of the spirit snake incantation. Moreover, the four of them were members of the royal family, so there might be opportunities for them to cooperate in the future. Lung Tao pursed his lips. Don't tell me you're trying to fool us. Where did the spiritual energy from the heavens beyond come from? Chu Li cast a sidelong glance at him. Even if there aren't any other places, Goddess Attraction Mountain might still have some. Then how did you know to use the spiritual energy of the sky beyond heavens? Could it be that you found it? Lung Tao scoffed. Chu Li said, take a good look at the primary technique of the spirit serpent technique. The secret is in the primary technique. If you can't understand it, then it's not suitable for you to cultivate the spirit serpent technique. It's better not to waste your time. Lung Tao and the other three were deep in thought, trying to recall the fundamental formula of the spirit serpent incantation, but they couldn't remember it. Their attention was completely focused on the circulation method of the spirit serpent incantation. They tried their best to remember the circulation route, so they only glanced at the fundamental part of the incantation. Wheel? Clang? Gray Halo? Shuao Bai Yin Gongzi? Argon Gupong Base Chu. Li could tell just by looking at their expressions. He shook his head and said, Heaven and earth, the cage of all living things. Spiritual energy, the soul of all living things. Everyone immediately pricked up their ears to listen to every word that Chu Li said. Chu Li repeated it twice. When they had memorized it, he closed fists, saluted, and left. He returned to his courtyard and sat cross-legged on his bed to start channeling the spirit serpent technique. He wasn't boasting before. but he was confident that he could successfully cultivate the spirit serpent incantation. Moreover, if he couldn't even cultivate the insignificant spirit serpent incantation, how could he talk about the dragon control art? Defying the heavens and becoming a god would be a huge joke. The extreme Yang Qi activated the spirit serpent incantation, and he advanced it to the 3rd level in one go. He continued to cultivate, and the inner force cultivated by the 3rd level of the spirit serpent incantation had a mellow feeling, and it was no longer as firm as before. Chu fell in a deep thought and realized that there was something familiar about this mellow aura. It was the Supreme Titanium Supreme Scripture's inner energy contained in the 6 chakras. With a flash of inspiration, he simply mobilized the aura within the 6 chakras and started to activate the spirit serpent incantation. He started from the 4th level of the heart technique and completed it in one go. Then, he continued to the 5th level, the 6th level, and finally the 8th level in one go. When he was about to reach the 9th level, there was only 1/10 of the mellow aura left in the 6 chakras. He didn't dare to use all of it, as the mellow aura would decrease with every use, and it couldn't be recovered. However, he cultivated it to the 8th level in one go. The firm and spiritual aura flowed along the 8th level of the heart technique and quickly formed a mellow aura. Although it wasn't as good as the inner energy of the Supreme Titanium Supreme Scripture, it was about 50 to 60% similar. The firm and yang energy flowed along the 8th level of the heart technique and continuously formed a mellow aura. After a while, the mellow aura in his dantian became vigorous. He then used this mellow aura to move and purify it according to the 8th level of the heart technique. After more than 10 circulations, the mellow aura became even purer, but it still couldn't reach the depth of the Supreme Titanium Supreme Scripture. It was 30 to 40% away, and no matter how pure it was, he couldn't reach it. Chu sighed and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the 9th level of the Spirit Serpent technique was difficult to achieve in a short period of time. Unless he completely used up the aura of the Supreme Titanium Supreme Scripture, then he would be able to perfect the Spirit Serpent technique. However, this mellow aura was used to save his life. Even if the Spirit Serpent technique was perfected, it wouldn't reach the purity and power of the Supreme Titanium Supreme Scripture. He kept weighing the pros and cons, but in the end, he resisted the temptation and didn't use up the remaining inner energy of the Supreme Titanium Supreme Scripture. He only tried his best to activate the 8th level of the Spirit Serpent technique, wanting to rely on grinding. Unfortunately, he cultivated for 10 days in one go, and his progress was minimal. It was no wonder that Zhou Jie couldn't perfect it. The last level was too difficult, and it required grinding. At this rate, it would take at least 3 years to perfect it. He smiled bitterly to himself. This was forcing him to use the Supreme Titanium Supreme Scripture. Once the 10 days were up, he personally went to the Spirit Herb Nursery and picked a bag of spirit herbs. There were 20 stalks of each spirit herb, and then he rode the white crane up to the clouds. He landed in front of the palace and saw Zhou Jie waiting there. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and walked up to him with the spirit herbs. Zhou Jie's expression was calm. He looked at Chu Li as if he was a different person. Chu Li said, "Senior Zhou, do you want to check the spirit herbs?" Zhou Jie said calmly, "No need. I'm just telling you, you're not allowed to hurt Xiaobai." Chu Li nodded. The omniscient mirror was activated. Unfortunately, Zhou Jie had a treasure weapon on him, so he couldn't see his inner thoughts. From his subtle expressions, Chu Li could tell that he was very calm. He didn't seem to be excited to see his enemy. This made Chu Li very curious. He opened his mouth to test. "I want to apologize to Senior Zhou for what happened last time. I was too impulsive." This seemed like an apology, but it was actually to poke at Chu Li's wound to provoke him again. Zhou Jie shook his head slowly and said, "Forget it. I was the one who humiliated myself. I provoked others when my skills were inferior. I only have myself to blame." Chu Li was shocked. Zhou Jie said, The cultivation of the spirit serpent technique is difficult. I need to overcome all kinds of inner demons. You'll know in the future that I did that because of my inner demons. Now, I have to thank you for helping me overcome my inner demons. I've completely woken up and improved. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. He had cultivated to the 8th level in one go, but he didn't find any inner demons. Maybe it was because he had done in one go, or maybe it was because he had the Mahavrokuna's immobility scripture and the omniscient mirror. Back when he cultivated the supreme, titanium supreme scripture, he almost died. His mind was as firm as steel, so he wasn't affected by inner demons. Zhou Jie said, "Junior brother Chu, which level are you at?" He realized that he couldn't see through Chu Li's level of the spirit serpent technique. Instead, he felt an even greater pressure. His spirit serpent technique had advanced to the next level, and his cultivation level had increased greatly. Theoretically, he should have broken through the previous pressure, but he didn't expect the pressure to be even stronger. Chu Li said, "The 8th level." Zhou Jie's calm face finally changed. He cried out, "The 8th level." Chapter 33:25. Chu Li smiled. "That's right. How is that possible?" Zhou Jie looked at him in shock. Chu Li smiled. "I guess I was lucky. I was able to reach the 8th level in one go. Maybe my foundation is not stable, so I can't reach the 9th level. It's really worrying." Zhou Jie's expression was inexplicably complicated. He sighed, "I didn't expect you to reach the 8th level. Looks like you can become an inner mountain disciple." Chu Li smiled and nodded. "Please guide me, Brother Zhou. Please guide me." Zhou Jie waved his hand. "Go ahead and take care of Xiao Bai." He turned around and slowly walked into the basilica. He staggered and almost fell. It was rare for someone with his level of martial arts. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. Fortunately, no matter how much he changed, he still had the temperament of a young man. He was competitive and had a weakness. If he was as calm as he appeared, it would be more troublesome and difficult to deal with. This could almost destroy his confidence. He did not know when he would be able to regain his spirit. Maybe he could defeat him in one go. That would be great. He collected his thoughts and walked towards the ravine. A moment later, he arrived at the valley. Before he could put down the bag of spirit herbs, a green shadow flashed by. A jasper-like spirit snake shot towards him. It hissed angrily and glared at him with its cold vertical pupils. Its cold eyes seemed to be filled with anger. Chu Li calmly struck with his palm. He used the inner energy of the 8th level of the spirit snake technique. It was rich and gentle. Bang! The jasper spirit snake suddenly bounced off and rolled on the ground. It coiled up and looked at him. The omniscient mirror saw that the inner energy of the spirit snake technique entered the jasper spirit snake's body and into its flesh. It strengthened its flesh and blood. Not only was it not injured, it became stronger. It felt comfortable. Chu Li nodded to himself. It seemed like his guess was right. The spirit snake technique could strengthen the spirit snake and turn it into a dragon or even a real dragon. From there, it could ride the clouds and fly to the outland. Chu Li struck again with his palm. The inner energy of the spirit snake technique attacked the jasper spirit snake from afar. It coiled on the ground motionlessly. The snake's head laid down softly. Chu Li continuously struck with his palm. He used all the inner energy of the spirit snake technique stored in his dantian. When his dantian was empty, he stopped. The spirit snake technique was already on the ground, as if it was hibernating. Chu Li could feel that it was constantly strengthening. The next time he came, it might be able to shed its skin. Therefore, he placed the spirit herb pouch next to its mouth and glided away from the ravine. When he arrived in front of the palace, he was about to ride the crane down. Chu Li closed fist saluted. "What can I do for you?" Chu Li closed fist saluted. "Brother Zhou." Jie extended his hand. "Zhou. Zhou. Jie let." Jie looked at him sincerely. Chu Li smiled and nodded, then followed him into the basilica. The hall was empty and spacious, but it exuded a solemn aura. There were 2 golden prayer mats on the white jade floor. and a painting hung on the north wall. In the painting was a handsome middle-aged man with a long sword at his waist. His long robes fluttered in the wind as he stepped on a huge dragon and shuttled through the clouds. He was in high spirits and looked down upon the world. Chuli could only see the dragon's claws and body. The dragon was hidden in the clouds. It looked like it was flying upward. One could only see the dragon's claws and body, but not the dragon itself. The dragon's body was hidden in the clouds, faintly discernible. It seemed to be flying diagonally upwards, wanting to pass through the clouds and continue upwards. Its imposing manner was earth-shaking. Jia stood at the side. This is the ancestor of Goddess Attraction Mountain. If you can enter the mountain, you must meet the ancestor and learn the dragon taming technique. Zhou Jia stood to the side. This is the founder of our immortal attraction mountain. If you can enter the mountain, you must pay your respects to the founder and receive the art of dragon control. Jia stood at the side. This is the founder of Goddess Attraction Mountain. If you can enter the mountain, you must meet the founder and learn the dragon taming technique. Chuli said, I can't learn the dragon taming technique even if I become an inner mountain disciple, right? I heard that only an official disciple like Brother Zhou can learn it. Yes, Jia nodded. The dragon taming technique requires special qualities. Jia shook his head. I don't know. Only Master and Master know. But there have been no other inner mountain disciple in the past 1,000 years. You may be the first. Chuli asked, Brother Zhou, what do you want me to do? I want to learn the secrets of the spirit serpent technique. Jia looked at him calmly and said sincerely, I hope Brother Chu can teach me. Chuli looked at him in surprise. Jia thought about it and gritted his teeth. I can teach you one of the secrets of the spirit serpent technique. What is it? Chuli asked. He was thinking about what Jia wanted. Did he really want to learn the secrets of the spirit serpent technique? Logically, there was no need. He could just ask his master. Jia should know the basics of the spirit serpent technique. Jia said, to perfect the spirit serpent technique, you need the help of a dragon. Even a dragon is good. Without the help of a dragon, it's hard to perfect it. Help of a dragon? Chuli frowned. Jia nodded. Without the energy of a dragon, the spirit serpent technique cannot be perfected. It doesn't matter how long you cultivate it. I see that you've reached the 8th level. If you don't know this secret, you won't be able to perfect the 9th level in your lifetime. Actually, even if he did not say this secret, his master would tell him after he came out of isolation. He might as well do him a favor. There must be a shortcut to be able to cultivate the spirit serpent technique to the 8th level in 10 days. Chuli thought about it and said, to cultivate the spirit serpent technique, you need to cultivate the spiritual energy of Grandmaster. You know this secret, right? Spiritual energy of Grandmaster? Zhou Jie frowned. Chuli saw that he did not know and smiled. Our Goddess Attraction Mountain not only has spiritual energy of this world, but it's also filled with spiritual energy of Grandmaster. If you absorb it into your body to cultivate the spirit serpent technique, you'll get twice the result with half the effort and cultivate faster. He felt strange. Why did Jia's master not mention this? Did he want Jia to understand it himself? Zhou Jia said, you can sense the spiritual energy of Grandmaster. It's easy. Chuli nodded. Once you understand the general outline of the spirit serpent technique, you can sense the spiritual energy of Grandmaster. Good. Zhou Jie closed fists saluted. Thank you, Junior Chu. Chuli smiled. I still have to thank you, Senior Zhou. Both of them were satisfied with this deal. Chuli closed fists saluted. Then I'll take my leave. Okay. Zhou Jie closed fists saluted and nodded. He stood on the steps outside the palace and watched Chuli sit on the white crane and fly away. His handsome face turned gloomy and his gaze turned cold. He took a deep breath and calmed down. He was the reincarnation of a deva and would definitely become an enlightened master. Why should he stoop to Chu Li's level? No matter how powerful Chu Li was, it would be difficult for him to become an enlightened master. Even if he did, he would be far inferior to him. Even enlightened masters were divided. The enlightened master of Goddess Attraction Mountain was the strongest enlightened master and could freely enter and exit Grandmaster. At this thought, his turbulent emotions calmed down again. He shook his head and turned to go back. Chu Li returned to his courtyard and paced around with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the sky and pondered. It seemed like he had to return to the 10 ultimate vitality lock formation. To perfect the Spirit Serpent technique, he needed the evil Nether Dragon. The Spirit Serpent technique cultivated spiritual energy of Grandmaster. He was not afraid of being in the 10 ultimate vitality lock formation, as he could escape at any time. Moreover, he still had the inner energy of the supreme titanium scripture left in his umbilical chakra, which was enough to escape. P.S. Update complete. Chapter 33:26. He went out to look for Zhu Yuan and told him that he wanted to go down the mountain. Zhu Yuan nodded without asking and passed Chu Li's waist tag to him. With this waist tag, he could return to Goddess Attraction Mountain the next time. Without it, he could not enter Goddess Attraction Mountain, as there was an invisible force blocking him. They could not climb the inner mountain with their light body technique. After Chu Li received the waist tag, he rode a white crane and descended to the foot of the mountain. He then used his light body technique to leave. After traveling for 100 miles, he suddenly disappeared and reappeared at the peak of the mountain, ready to enter the valley. As soon as he appeared, his expression changed. There were 4 people sitting cross-legged on the peak. There were 2 red-robed monks and 2 middle-aged men in green. They were in groups of 2 and were about 10 meters apart from each other. Chu Li's appearance attracted the attention of the 2 groups, and they looked at him. Chu Li frowned. These 2 monks were from the Reincarnation Temple. When they saw Chu Li, their expressions changed, and they cried out, "Chu Li!" Chu Li and Sun Mingwei had joined hands to wreak havoc in the Reincarnation Temple. They had utterly defeated the Reincarnation Temple's masters and almost wiped them out. To the disciples of the Reincarnation Temple, this was the greatest humiliation they had suffered in the last few hundred years. Even though they were monks, they could not help but hate the 2 of them. They recognized Chu Li as soon as they saw him. Chu Li nodded and looked at the 2 middle-aged men in green. He used the omniscient mirror to identify them. They were high officials of the Qiu dynasty's imperial house and were among the top masters in the Qiu dynasty. Chu Li. The 2 middle-aged men in green looked at the 2 red-robed monks. The 2 red-robed monks stared at Chu Li with their bodies tensed. They clenched their fists but did not attack. They knew that Chu Li's martial arts was powerful and it would be useless to attack him. Chu Li asked, "What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" One of the Reincarnation Temple monks scoffed. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. "The scenery here is nice. I'm here to take a look. This isn't a scenic spot. Please leave." The middle-aged man in green said, "Otherwise, we'll have to force you to leave." Chu Li laughed. "You're high officials of the Qiu dynasty's imperial house?" "That's right." The 2 of them looked serious. They looked at the 2 monks. The monk shook his head and gestured for them not to attack. Chu Li said, "In that case, you're here to guard the gate. Did someone go down?" Their expressions changed slightly. The monk from the Temple of Double Reincarnation asked in a deep voice, "Why does almsgiver Chu say so?" Chu Li smiled. "Monk Luan Ming and the Qiu dynasty's emperor found out about this place through us." "How can I not know what you guys are doing?" "Then what do you want?" A middle-aged man in a green robe asked. "I want to go down and have a look." Chu Li shook his head and said, "But you should be prepared. The people who went down there are probably dead by now. There's a 10 absolute vitality lock down there, so inner energy can't be used. Moreover, there's a dragon." "Impossible." The green-robed middle-aged man shook his head and said, "There are no dragons now. All the spirit beasts had entered the 100,000 hills, and the dragon no longer existed in this world. It was as if it had entered the outland, so there were no longer any dragons in this world." How could they believe Chu Li when he said that there was a dragon down there? Chu Li said, "The world is full of surprises. If there weren't any accidents, they would have come here a long time ago, right?" All 4 of them wore solemn expressions. They did not know what was down there. Monk Luan Ming knew that Chu Li and Sun Mingyue's martial arts had improved greatly after they fell off the cliff. Both of them could fight against an enlightened master if they worked together, so he wanted to find out. Chunjinji forced himself to help them to find out, but he would never tell anyone else. Chu Li shook his head. You guys have been here for a while, right? 10 days. One of the monks from the reincarnation temple said slowly. Chu Li smiled. I'm afraid they're dead. Why don't you follow me down there and have a look? There's no need. The monk shook his head. Chu Li said, then I'll go down myself. Almsgiver Chu, you can't go down, the monk from the reincarnation temple said. Chu Li looked at him with a smile. The monk from the reincarnation temple said, no one is allowed to enter without permission from our temple. Chu Li smiled. Looks like Monk Luan Ming wants to monopolize the benefits. This is a serious matter. Please forgive us, Almsgiver Chu. One of the monks said slowly, if Almsgiver Chu really wants to go down, you can discuss it with Masters Junior Lun Ming first. Chu Li said, discuss it with Monk Luan Ming? If I want to go in, it's not his place to tell me what to do. Goodbye. He appeared behind them in a flash and floated down. Swoosh! For rays of light flashed. 2 black and 2 white sun and moon wheels were shot at him in the air. Chu Li was in the air and gently stretched out his palms. He grabbed the 4 sun and moon wheels and threw them out. The 2 monks' expressions changed drastically and they quickly retreated. The power contained in the sun and moon wheels was extremely strange. It was the unique transformation power of the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture. It could change multiple times in a single breath. No one else would be able to withstand it, but Chu Li could. The 2 monks knew something was wrong. They had a premonition of what Chu Li was going to do. However, they could not avoid the sun and moon wheels' attack. They were sent flying more than 20 meters away by the tyrannical power contained in the wheels. They fell to the ground and could not move. Chu Li clapped his hands and floated back to his original position. He looked at the 2 middle-aged men in green. Are you 2 going to fight too? The 2 men shook their heads in silence. No matter how stupid they were, they knew it was useless to fight. The 2 monks from the reincarnation temple were better than them in martial arts, but they could not withstand a single move. The outcome of their fight was predictable. Chu Li glanced at them and said, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't come down. You're courting death. Thank you for the reminder, the 2 men said. Chu Li nodded and floated down again. After falling 100 meters, his body suddenly sank, and his inner energy dissipated. The Supreme King Kong in his mind opened his eyes. 7 wheels were opened, and the Nirvana wheel absorbed the spiritual energy from the void. The energy of extreme yang rolled in. In the blink of an eye, it descended from a Nirvana wheel to the mid-brows chakra, and then all the way down to the undersea chakra. A trace of extreme yang energy began to activate the light body technique and slowly descended. By the time he landed on the grass, the extreme yang energy had filled the undersea chakra. He stood on the grass and did not rush to move. He activated the omniscient mirror and saw that there was no one around. The evil underworld dragon in the pool did not move either. He could not help but frown. Could have already left? Then he shook his head. The 10 absolute vitality ceiling formation was here, so it was impossible for the evil underworld dragon to leave. The key was that the few masters who landed earlier were nowhere to be seen. The omniscient mirror had already entered the cave, so there was no one inside. The cave was hidden and in midair. Without the omniscient mirror, it would be impossible to find it. As expected, the masters did not find it. There was no sign of them in the entire valley. The only possibility was that they were in the pool. He shook his head. If they were in the pool, it would be a disaster. He calmed his mind and filled the 6 chakras with extreme yang energy. A trace of rich energy was stored deep in the umbilical chakra to be used as a valley. Chapter 33:27. Chu Li frowned. Why wasn't the evil nether dragon looking for him? Could it have perished together with the other masters? He immediately shook his head. Even if it perished together, he would still be able to see the corpse, but now he couldn't see the person or the corpse. The only possibility was that it was hiding in its cave. He took a deep breath and swam downstream, slowly observing the bottom of the lake. The gently swaying water plants were like the forest outside, moving with the wind. A gentle and quiet feeling enveloped him, and he felt inexplicably relaxed. He quickly braced himself and didn't let himself relax. It was very dangerous here. The evil nether dragon was more powerful than he imagined. Fortunately, he could use the spiritual energy of the Grandmaster, or else he would be courting death in the pool. The evil nether dragon had the ability to resist water, so it was silent when it attacked. Moreover, the omniscient mirror was useless here, so he had to rely on intuition. After sinking 100 meters, he slowly felt the pressure, but he still didn't see the evil nether dragon appear. Chuli became more vigilant, and every pore on his body stood up. His body relaxed, and his mind tensed up. Bang! He suddenly slammed his palm behind him. Intuition told him that there was danger coming from behind him, so he immediately slammed his palm. The extremely firm palm energy turned into a bomb in the water, forming a surging current that crashed behind him. The silent evil nether dragon crashed into this current. The surging current was split in two, like a hot knife cutting through butter. It silently approached, not slowing it down at all. Chuli fiercely kicked his legs and drilled upwards. His speed and the huge buoyancy of the pool made him shoot out like an arrow. He was extremely fast, barely avoiding the dagger-like teeth of the evil nether dragon. With a crack-crack sound, it chased after him. Chuli kept slamming his palm energy, pushing him to accelerate. With the buoyancy, his speed was even faster than the evil nether dragon. In the blink of an eye, he drilled out of the water and leaped up. Crack! The evil nether dragon's teeth opened and closed, and the sound of them colliding was chilling. Its teeth were like two rows of daggers, glinting under the sunlight. Chuli turned in the air and swept out, once again avoiding the evil nether dragon. Roar! The evil nether dragon let out a long roar and chased after him at an extremely fast speed. Chuli reached the shore and did not rush to use his light body technique. He ran at his original speed, stepping on the lush green grass, faster than a galloping horse. The evil dark dragon chased after him, ready to bite his back at any moment. Chuli's expression turned solemn as he realized that the evil dark dragon's power had increased tremendously. It had increased by 2 levels compared to the last time he met it. Why did this happen? Chuli speculated that it must have eaten the masters who had barged in earlier. The evil dark dragon had the body of a dragon, and because it had been trapped in the 10 extreme origin ceiling formation for nearly 1,000 years, it had not been nourished by spiritual energy and had not eaten flesh. Otherwise, its strength would have been shocking, and Sun Mingyue and him would not have been able to escape. If there were no accidents, its strength would not increase, but it would gradually weaken. If it strengthened, it must have eaten a few top-notch grandmasters. When he thought of this, killing intent rose in his heart. He was afraid that he couldn't keep it alive. After eating humans, it would become addicted. Once the 10 absolute origin locking formation was broken and it escaped from the valley, it would definitely be a catastrophe. With the nourishment of spiritual energy and flesh, it would quickly recover its strength, and even enlightened masters would not be able to deal with it. Thinking of this, he turned around and slapped down. Bang! With a muffled sound, the palm solidly hit its head. The evil dark dragon's forward momentum paused, and then it bit down again, but it was not injured. After the firm and yang inner energy drilled into its body, it did not damage its body. Instead, it was defeated by an invisible force, and it did not pose a threat. Chuli frowned. It seemed that he needed to use the rich aura of the supreme diamond scripture to deal with it. Unfortunately, he only had 1/10 of it left to escape. He could not rush to use it now, or else it would be difficult to get out of this formation. He suddenly looked up at the sky. The 4 figures fell straight down like stones. Bang, 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 bang. With 4 muffled sounds, the 4 fell into the pool. Chuli's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly shouted, "Quickly leave the pool." After falling from such a high place, the water's surface seemed soft, but it was no different from mud. They could not use inner energy, so they were dizzy from the fall. When they heard Chu Li's shout, they subconsciously moved and began to swim to the shore. The evil dark dragon's movements suddenly sped up, and it abandoned him and turned to leave. Like a shadow, it drilled into the pool and then disappeared without a sound. Chu Li hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Quick!" He bent down, picked up 4 stones, and threw them at the 4 people. With a sharp whistle, the 4 people were hit by the stones and flew out of the pool, landing on the grass. The 4 people spat out a mouthful of blood. They were already injured. At first glance, it looked like Chu Li had attacked the 4 people. "Stop!" With a shout, another 4 people fell from the sky. Roar! The evil dark dragon drilled out of the pool and let out a long roar, glaring at Chu Li angrily. Chu Li shouted, "Be careful, it will eat you." With that, he shot out 4 small stones again, which let out a sharp whistle. The 4 people who fell from the sky suddenly flew out and were hit by the stones more than 10 meters away. They fell and rolled with the previous 4 people. Fortunately, they were not injured, and Chu Li was already trying his best to control it. Chu Li shouted, "Run, run." As he spoke, he rushed toward them. Although these 8 people were high officials of the Reincarnation Temple and the Great Shou Dynasty's imperial house, he could not watch them be eaten by the evil dark dragon. Not to mention that they were all humans, the evil dark dragon's strength would skyrocket after eating them. It was impossible to subdue it and obtain the dragon energy from it to cultivate. The evil dark dragon drilled out of the water and shot toward the 8 people like a shadow. In the 10 absolute vitality ceiling formation, Chu Li could not use the void diversion technique, so he could only use the extreme yang energy to activate his light body technique. Like a flash of lightning, he blocked the evil dark dragon before it could bite one of the people and attacked with both palms. Bang! The evil dark dragon's teeth were hit by the palm energy, and it immediately took a step back. The numbness on its teeth prevented it from continuing to open its mouth. Roar! The evil dark dragon roared angrily, turned around, and swung its tail. Bang! He attacked with his palms again. An unstoppable force came from its tail, and Chu Li was directly swept away. Bang! 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 The remaining 8 people were swept by the tail, and they spat out arrows of blood in the air. With this tail, even a rock would turn into powder, let alone a body of flesh and blood. If Chu Li had not tried his best to block it, they would not have survived. Chu Li shouted, "Run, run into the forest." The 8 people gritted their teeth and ran with all their might. They did not care about their injuries, and they spat out blood as they ran. Chu Li suddenly shouted, "Moo!" The evil dark dragon's movements paused, and then it glared fiercely at him, new and old hatred surging in its heart. Those 8 people would be its delicious meal sooner or later, so it was not in a hurry to eat them. After all, it did not know when it would have such delicious food again. It wanted to kill Chu Li first so that it could enjoy the delicious food in peace. It swung its tail and rushed toward Chu Li, its movements extremely fast. Chu Li waved his palms to meet it. Bang, 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 bang. The 2 of them clashed head-on. Chu Li continuously attacked with his palms, accurately hitting the evil dark dragon. With the omniscient mirror and the nature restoration manifestation, he could predict the evil dark dragon's movements. Chapter 33:28. Chu Li retreated as he fought. He was forced back step by step by the evil dark dragon, but his retreat was not chaotic. He was able to hold on. Although the evil dark dragon had the advantage, it could not overwhelm him or hurt him. The evil dark dragon kept biting at Chu Li as if it was inflexible and did not know how to use other methods. It just kept attacking. Chu Li knew that it was more intelligent than others, even better than ordinary people. Its advantage was its body. Its endurance was almost endless. Chu Li was immortal, and even if he could use inner energy, it felt that there would be a limit to it. It would be hard to keep going. It had a long life, so it felt that 1 or 2 days was just a blink of an eye. It was not in a hurry to kill Chu Li and just kept attacking. It wanted to slowly wear Chu Li down and get rid of this danger. Chu Li had something to rely on. No matter how strong the evil dark dragon was, as long as he used the rich energy of the supreme diamond scripture, he could heavily injure it and escape. That was why he kept fighting the evil dark dragon. The 8 of them burrowed into the forest and climbed up the trees to watch. They heard explosions as Chu Li and the evil dark dragon fought fiercely, causing them to suck in a breath of cold air. In a situation where he couldn't use his inner energy, Chu Li was able to block the evil dark dragon. They thought that if it was not for Chu Li, they would have already died in the stomach of the evil dark dragon. Time passed slowly, and Chu Li was multitasking. On one hand, he was urging the unyielding and purest yang energy to fight with the evil nether dragon. And on the other hand, he was using the nirvana wheel to absorb the spiritual energy from the outland. The unyielding and purest yang energy entered his body and poured it directly into his meridians to circulate. He unknowingly reached a balance between the absorption and consumption. It was not a problem to fight like this for a day and night. His body was strong enough to hold on. When the sun set and dusk fell, the two were still fighting fiercely. With a whistle, the 2 figures floated down. When they reached the top of the valley, they suddenly dropped like stones into the pool. The evil dark dragon suddenly turned around and swung its tail. Taking advantage of Chu Li's dodge, it sped up to escape. It no longer paid attention to Chu Li and quickly entered the pool. Chu Li already saw the 2 people who fell, Monk Luan Ming and Chun Jinji. The 2 enlightened masters finally could not resist and came down. He didn't throw the pebble to save the 2 of them. Heavenly God experts should be able to stop the evil dark dragon. The current evil dark dragon was far from its peak, and it might not be a match for 2 heavenly God experts. Bang! Water splashed as Monk Luan Ming and Chun Jinji suddenly struck the evil underworld dragon with their palms. Chu Li's eyebrows twitched. It seemed that they were able to activate their inner energy even in the valley. Clearly, it was not the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but the spiritual energy of Outland. It turned out that enlightened masters could also mobilize the spiritual energy of Outland. The water in the pool started to boil, and water splashed everywhere. The evil nether dragon was silent, and no one could see it move. However, the 2 of them continuously attacked with their palms, causing explosions to ring out. Chu Li shook his head. It was very difficult for their palm energy to hurt the evil dark dragon, especially in the water. The evil dark dragon in the water was especially terrifying as it could repel water, so no matter how powerful their palm energy was, it could not hurt it in the water. He didn't warrant the 2 heavenly deities. Instead, he had to worry about his own safety. If Sun Mingwe was here, he would still have some confidence. Now that he was alone against the 2 of them, he had no chance of winning. He could not even escape. If he could use the Deva shedding technique, the 2 of them might not be able to. He frowned and stared at the pool, then slowly walked to the side of the pool. The 2 of them suddenly drilled out of the pool and took a few steps in the air. The evil dark dragon followed closely behind, its 2 rows of teeth clashing against each other. It wanted to chew and swallow the 2 of them, but it was always one step too late. The 2 of them were extremely fast, and they were able to dodge each time. Once they left the pool, Monk Luan Ming and Chun Jinji's power increased greatly. The evil dark dragon was no longer as fierce as before, and it immediately fell into a disadvantage. The palm energy that hit its body would impede its movements. However, Chu Li's omniscient mirror could see clearly that although the 2 of them were enlightened masters, they could not hurt the evil dark dragon. Although its movements seemed a little clumsy, it was fast, and its skin was thick, so it was not afraid of being hit. The 2 of them and the dragon fought from the shore to the forest. The 8 of them who hid in the forest fled outwards, but they saw trees breaking one after another. The evil dark dragon's tail swept past, and the thick trees were like thin sticks, easily broken. The 2 of them blocked and retreated at the same time. Seeing that the 8 of them were still there, they let out a sigh of relief. However, after more than 100 palm strikes, they realized that they could not do anything to the evil dark dragon. Its body was strong, and their palm energy could not hurt at all. Master, don't hide your trump card anymore, Chunjinji said. Monk Luan Ming nodded slowly. His red monk robe slowly puffed up as if it was filled with air, but in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. Monk Luan Ming's face was like white jade, and his emotions seemed to have faded away completely. He was like a statue of Buddha in a temple. His eyes were calm, and he looked at the evil dark dragon indifferently. His hands formed a mudra, and he slowly slammed it down. Following his mudra, Chuli could vaguely see a giant Buddha in the sky, but it was not there. The giant Buddha raised its right hand and slammed it down. Its right palm slowly appeared in the void, and it was golden in color. It merged with Monk Luan Ming's right palm, and as it pushed out, the golden color became brighter and brighter, until it was as brilliant as gold. Chun Jinji's eyes flashed like lightning, and Chu Li's omniscient mirror could see it clearly. An emerald light descended from the sky and entered his Baihui. The emerald light spread throughout his body, and it turned into a whirlpool that spun faster and faster. His body was suffering from extreme torture, and this emerald light was extremely harmful. In the blink of an eye, he was severely injured. The whirlpool suddenly disappeared, and a pool of emerald water condensed. The emerald water began to flow through his body, and his injuries instantly healed. Finally, only a trace of it was condensed in his palms. Bang! Both of his palms hit the evil dark dragon's head, and the emerald water flowed into it. Bang! Monk Luan Ming's right palm also hit the evil dark dragon's head. Roar! The evil dark dragon let out a long roar and shook its body furiously. Monk Luan Ming and Chun Jinji were sent flying. The 8 people who had escaped not far away were bleeding from their mouths and noses, and they fell weakly to the ground. They were knocked unconscious by the evil dark dragon's roar. Roar! The evil dark dragon let out a mournful roar. 2 strange forces were wreaking havoc in its body, destroying it. A force surged out of the evil dark dragon's body to fight against them, but its movements became slow and powerless. The emerald water and golden palm energy were not thick, but they were abnormally pure, and they were like small swords shuttling through its body. Monk Luan Ming and Chun Jinji looked at each other, and once again activated their secret skills. Chu Li frowned and shouted helplessly, "Wait!" If the 2 of them really killed the evil dark dragon, he would not be able to cultivate the spirit snake technique. Although he wanted to kill the evil dark dragon, he had to save it for later. The 2 of them shot over like lightning, and then turned away, ignoring him, and hit the evil dark dragon with 2 palms. The evil dark dragon's movements were slow, and it could not dodge in time. It could only watch helplessly as the palms hit it. Roar! It let out a shrill roar and ran towards a pool. Monk Luan Ming and Chun Jinji activated their secret skills again, and were about to chase after it. Chapter 33:29. The 2 did not stop their secret skills. The Emerald Sky Palm and Buddha's Light Palm attacked Chu Li. Chu Li quickly retreated and tried to distract the 2. However, the 2 did not chase after him, but the evil Nether Dragon. Chu Li had no choice but to block the evil Nether Dragon's back and watch it get closer to the pool. As long as it entered the pool, the 2 could not do anything to the evil Nether Dragon, even with the Emerald Sky Palm and Buddha's Light Palm. In the 10 absolute vitality ceiling formation, his light body technique was better than the 2. He could not use inner energy and could only use the spiritual energy of the Grandmaster. The 3 were not very strong, but Chu Li's body was strong. The magical effects of the giant spirit pill and wind speed pill showed. His speed was better than theirs. When he stood in front of the 2 again, Monk Luan Ming and Chun Jinji attacked him together. They were filled with murderous intent toward Chu Li. A Grandmaster who could threaten an enlightened master like him had to be killed. It was not out of personal grudges, but out of public concern. A Grandmaster like him was not bound by the heavenly rules, so he posed a huge threat to the Qiu dynasty. Bam! Chu Li helplessly faced the two's palm energy. Although his body technique was fast, he had to fight with them to save the evil nether dragon. He flew backward and hit the evil nether dragon's tail. The evil dark dragon turned its head and glanced at him. It didn't care about waving its tail and hurting him. It sped up and jumped into the pool of water. Without a single splash, it disappeared into the pool. Chu Li spat out a mouthful of blood and secretly sighed in relief. He finally saved it. "Stop," Chu Li said in a low voice. Monk Luan Ming and Chun Jinji shook their heads and used their secret skills again. Chu Li hurriedly kicked his legs in an attempt to avoid the two of them. Two strange forces surged through his internal organs and blocked his meridians. He could not use his light body technique, so he could only rely on his body's speed to fight against the two of them. Unfortunately, the two were better, and he suffered two more palm attacks. He spat out another mouthful of blood in the air. His organs were destroyed like broken walls. The two's palm energy was strange and powerful. If it was not for his strong body and amazing vitality, he would have died. However, no matter how strong his vitality was, the life and death scripture could not be used. His injuries did not slow down, but worsened. If this continued, he would die. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He cast aside the thought of getting lucky, knowing that the two of them wanted to kill him. The remaining rich aura in his umbilical chakra circulated. He swung his arms at the same time to meet the two people in front of him. Two rays of cold light flashed past. Monk Luan Ming and Chun Jinji tried their best to move sideways, but they were unable to avoid the flying dagger. Both of them were hit in the chest. However, they did not care at all. They chased after Chu Li again and attacked him with their palms. Bang! Chu Li fell to the ground and struggled helplessly, but he could not move. Monk Luan Ming and Chun Jinji both knelt on the ground. Their fingers quickly tapped on their chests to stop the bleeding, but the mellow blade energy was still circulating in their internal organs. The two of them could only use their secret techniques again. The blue sky palm and the Buddha's light palm quickly blocked the mellow blade energy, preventing it from wreaking havoc in their internal organs. The two of them gritted their teeth as they stood up and slowly approached Chu Li. "Chu Li, is this the place where you had your fortuitous encounter?" Chun Jinji asked in a low voice. His face was extremely gloomy. Even though he had teamed up with Monk Luan Ming, they were still injured by Chu Li alone. It was truly humiliating. They were already prepared for his flying dagger, but they did not expect to not be able to completely avoid it. "Where is the fortuitous encounter?" Chun Jinji continued to ask. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. "Your Majesty, you want to obtain that fortuitous encounter." "That's right." Chun Jinji scoffed. He did not care, but if the imperial family obtained it, the Qiu dynasty would definitely prosper. They might even be able to compete with the Fu dynasty. When he reached the Grandmaster's boundary, he would also be praised by his ancestors. Chu Li shook his head. "It's just a strange fruit. We ate it. Don't even think about it. Where's the fruit tree? Tell me, and I'll give you a quick death," Chun Jinji said coldly. Chu Li glanced at Monk Luan Ming. "Great master, you want to torture me too?" "Namo Amitabha." Monk Luan Ming pressed his palms together and closed his eyes in silence. Chu Li sighed. "Looks like we're all jackals of the same tribe. Tell me." "Chu Li, you're a smart man. You know what to do," Chun Jinji said. Chu Li shook his head. "I want to tell you, but unfortunately, the tree has disappeared. After eating the fruit, the tree withered and turned into dust that was blown away by the wind. It's impossible to find it now." He felt that he was not lying. The yin-yang fruit tree had indeed disappeared. Only he could activate it and produce the yin-yang fruit. No one else could find it. "Oomph." Chun Jinji stared at him coldly and was about to hit his chest with his palm. "Namo Amitabha." Monk Luan Ming sighed and suddenly hit Chu Li's chest with his palm. He did not want to ask about the fortuitous encounter. It was going to be another bloodbath. Both of them might die together. Chu Li's vision suddenly turned black, and he almost fainted. He suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a long laugh. Then, he jumped into the pool like an arrow that was released from a bow. Both of their expressions changed. They quickly got up and chased after him. If they did not have the rich blade energy, they could still use their light body technique to catch up. Now, they could only chase after him and watch him fall into the pool. Chuli fell into the pool and fell like a rock. He was no longer breathing. That last attack just now had used up all of his potential. He only had a sliver of life left and could die at any time. Chun Jinji and Monk Luan Ming looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. They did not dare to go down in their current state. The evil dark dragon in the water was almost invincible. No matter how strong their palm energy was, it was useless. They could only kill the evil dark dragon on the shore. Master, can he live? Chun Jinji asked coldly. He was still dissatisfied with Monk Luan Ming's palm. It was obvious that he wanted to cut off the Qiu dynasty's hope. Monk Luan Ming said slowly, "After being hit by my palm, I'm afraid it'll be hard for him to survive. Chu Li is not an ordinary person." Chun Jinji scoffed. Monk Luan Ming smiled. "No matter how strong he is, he's only made of flesh and blood. Look," he suddenly pointed at the pool. The pool was so clear that the bottom could be seen. They could clearly see the situation below. However, the evil dark dragon suddenly appeared and came close to Chu Li. It suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed Chu Li. Its 2 rows of dagger-like teeth shone with a cold light. It was chilling to look at. Chun Jinji smiled. Good, good. He wanted to save this monster, but he was killed by it. How ironic. Namo Amitabha. Monk Luan Ming chanted the name of Buddha. He shook his head and sighed. Almsgiver Chu really has the heart to sacrifice himself to feed the eagle. What a pity. If Chu Li was a disciple of the Reincarnation Temple, his cultivation would definitely improve. The Reincarnation Temple would not have to worry about a lack of successors. What a pity. Chun Jinji said, "Master, what's there to pity? It's better to die like this. This brat is too despicable." He had always been brooding over the miracle fruit that Chu Li mentioned. If he could get his hands on it and nurture a few top-notch grandmasters who could fight against enlightened masters, the fate of the Qiu dynasty would be reversed, and they would be able to rise above the Fu dynasty. This was his lifelong wish. Chapter 33:30. Master, let's search. Chun Jinji stood up and said, "I don't believe him. He's definitely not telling the truth." Sigh. Monk Lin Ming shook his head and said, "Fortuitous encounters belong to those who are fated. It's useless to force it." Master, you believe in fate, but I don't. Chun Jinji shook his head. He spat out another mouthful of blood. The thick blade energy was finally forced out. Monk Luan Ming shook his head and sighed. What's the point? Master, you should know the importance of this fortuitous encounter, Chun Jinji said coldly. Monk Luan Ming sighed. This can't be forced. I have to force it. Chun Jinji sneered and turned to leave. Monk Luan Ming followed him helplessly. The 2 came to the center of the 8 people. 4 monks and 4 elders. The monk was a monk from the Reincarnation Temple, while the 4 elders were high officials from the imperial house of the Qiu dynasty. They were all top-notch masters, but they looked like they did not know martial arts as they were covered in dust and grass. They were scared shitless when they tried to avoid the fight between 2 people and a dragon. They almost lost their lives when they finally managed to avoid it. Masters Jr. It was Almsgiver Chu who saved us, or else we would have been eaten by that monster. A monk in a red robe bowed and sighed. Almsgiver Chu? Monk Luan Ming was stunned. He nodded slowly and sighed. The 8 people looked at the 2 with dissatisfaction, but could not say anything. Chun Jinji said, no matter how many people he saved, he must be killed. Now that he's eaten by that monster, there's no need to say anything. Did you see the person who came in earlier? The 8 people shook their heads. Chun Jinji frowned and did not say anything. Monk Luan Ming sighed. I'm afraid he's in trouble. This monster is really scary in the water. It's hard to survive once you fall into the pool. Forget it, life and death are fated. Chun Jinji scoffed. Now, your mission is to find some rare plants and see if there are any unique fruits. They may be poisonous, but if handled properly, they can become spirit medicine. The people stared at him as they heard their conversation. Chun Jinji said, If anyone finds it, they will be rewarded handsomely. If they are greedy, don't blame us for being merciless." He coldly glanced at the crowd, dignified and solemn. He was very relieved. These 8 fellows had their martial arts crippled and were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. They were only at the level of the innate realm. They would not be able to rebel at all. Without his and Monk Lun Ming's help, they would not be able to get out of the valley. Monk Lun Ming muttered, "Your Majesty, how are we going to get out of the valley is a problem. Just fly straight up," Chun Jinji said. Monk Lun Ming shook his head. "I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. This is the cover of a formation. I'll give it a try after I heal myself." Chun Jinji snorted. He was not proficient in formations, and he did not bring any formation-breaking talismans with him, because as gods, they did not need them at all. The formation could not trap them, but in their current state, they did not have the might of gods, so it was hard to say whether or not they could break the formation. Monk Lun Ming floated up into the sky. His red monk robe fluttered, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. A moment later, a Buddhist chant came from the sky, "Namo Amitabha." Chun Jinji looked up and saw Monk Lun Ming falling into the pool like a rock, his big red robe fluttering in the wind. Chun Jinji hesitated for a moment, then floated up and faced Monk Lun Ming, slamming his palm down. Bang! Monk Lun Ming extended his palm to meet the attack, then flew diagonally across the pool. The evil nether dragon's head emerged from the pool, looked at Monk Lun Ming and Chun Jinji, who flew past, then slowly sank and disappeared. Once Chun Jinji landed, he asked, "How was it?" Monk Lun Ming shook his head. The secret technique failed. Chun Jinji thought for a moment, then said, "I have a formation-breaking secret technique. I believe the reincarnation temple has it too. I used that secret technique." Monk Lun Ming shook his head and sighed. "Unfortunately, it was ineffective. It could not break the formation." "I'll try it later," Chun Jinji said in a low voice, then turned his head and stared at the 8 people. "Hurry up and find it." "Yes," everyone replied helplessly. After everyone left, Chun Jinji took out a spirit pill and consumed it, but realized it had no effect at all, so he could only use his inner energy to heal himself. For hours later, he fluttered his clothes and flew into the sky like a spirit crane. After a moment, he floated down, his face calm. "How is it?" Lun Ming asked. Chun Jinji nodded slowly. "First use the emerald sky palm, then use the palm energy to activate the secret skill to break out of the formation. It's nothing special. This formation can only trap ordinary grandmasters, but it can't trap us." "That's good." Monk Lun Ming saw that his expression did not seem to be fake, so he nodded and said, "Then let's leave." "Let's find a fruit first," Chun Jinji said. Monk Lun Ming sighed. His Majesty is so smart. How could he be fooled by almsgiver Chu? His fortuitous encounter might not be a miraculous fruit. It might just be a secret manual that was destroyed by them after he cultivated it. No matter how hard he tries to find it, it would be futile. Not necessarily. Chun Jinji shook his head. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not let it go. He would search the entire valley for a few more days and dig 3 feet into the ground. He did not believe that he could not find it. Seeing him like this, Monk Lun Ming could only sigh helplessly and stop trying to persuade him. The Divine Light Basilica of the Great Light Peak. The setting sun shone brilliantly on the Divine Light Basilica. Sun Mingyue, who was dressed in white, was sitting behind a table and flipping through a dossier. A white veil covered her face, revealing only her clear eyes. The basilica was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The young girl in green who was serving beside her did not move at all and dared not make a sound. Sun Mingyue suddenly frowned, her bright eyes emitting a cold glint. The young girl in green felt a huge force surging out, pressuring her to the point that she could not breathe. She quickly raised her head and looked at Sun Mingyue. Sun Mingyue's white robe fluttered, her bright eyes shining like the stars in the night sky. The Supreme King Kong in Sun Mingyue's mind suddenly opened its eyes, and the Nirvana wheel poured into her. In an instant, She sensed Chu Li's existence. Then, her real body slowly formed a hand seal, and a faintly discernible Sanskrit sound rang in her mind. She suddenly realized that Chu Li was dead. She quickly stood up. "Saint," the young girl in green hurriedly asked in a low voice. Sun Mingwe looked at her, her bright eyes emitting a cold glint. The young girl in green was so scared that her face turned pale. She felt the temperature around her drop sharply, as if it had turned into an ice house. Every pore on her body was filled with cold air, and she was about to be frozen. "I'll be back soon," Sun Mingwe said in a low voice. She suddenly disappeared from the basilica, and in the next moment, she arrived at the peak of Ten Despair Valley. "Who's there?" Two high officials of the Great Qiu dynasty's imperial house and two monks from the Reincarnation Temple saw her and immediately went forward to block her way. Sun Mingwe waved her hand without hesitation. Bam, 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 bam. The four of them were sent flying 50 feet away. Sun Mingwe, the two monks from the Reincarnation Temple guessed. They had not seen Sun Mingwe's real face, but when they saw Sun Mingwe's attack, they felt a sense of familiarity and thought of her name. Sun Mingwe glanced at them coldly, then leaped toward the cliff. Her white robe fluttered as she descended slowly like a cloud. Chapter 33-31. Both of them were extremely fearful of Chu Li's flying blades. They had not fully recovered from their previous injuries, so they did not dare to attack him with all their might. They were afraid that he would be stabbed again. "Why isn't this kid dead?" Chun Jinji's expression was ugly. Monk Luan Ming placed his palms together and frowned. "If you don't kill the tiger, you will be harmed instead." They all understood this principle. Killing him this time had already created a death grudge. If he didn't die, he would definitely take revenge. They weren't afraid of him, but they were afraid that he would take revenge on his family and disciples. "What should we do, Master?" Chun Jinji said, "No matter what, we must kill these two. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the consequences." Monk Lin Ming shook his head. "Your Majesty, we can't possibly enter the pond, right?" "No." Chun Jinji shook his head, and then his spirits rose. "But after taking a few hits from us, he probably won't survive." As soon as they entered the pond, their lives were in danger. That monster was truly too powerful. They were no match for it. "But Almsgiver Chu is alive and kicking." Monk Luan Ming sighed. Chun Jinji frowned. "It's good that Chu Li is alive, but I'm afraid that if Sun Mingwe doesn't die, Song Wanqing will definitely not give up. We have to prepare for the worst." "Sigh, this poor monk understands." Monk Luan Ming sighed and said, "Vengeance breeds vengeance. When will it ever end? Your Majesty, we've all fallen into karma, and we can't escape from it." "Namo Amitabha." Chun Jinji snorted. "Master, there's no need to be discouraged. As long as we join hands, even if Song Wanqing comes, we won't be afraid." Monk Luan Ming nodded slowly. They were not afraid of what would happen to Sun Mingwe and Chu Li. If Sun Mingwe did not die, the two of them would join hands again, and with the addition of Sun Mingwe, there would be endless trouble. At this point, they could only think of a way to kill Chu Li or Sun Mingwe. It would be best if both of them died. "How do we find a way to kill the two of them?" Chun Jinji sighed. "We can only guard here. They can't stay in the lake forever, right? What if he stays inside forever?" Monk Luan Ming said. Chun Jinji smiled and said, "That's good. They can't take revenge anyway." "That's right." Monk Luan Ming smiled and nodded. He could not wait for Chu Li and Sun Mingwe to stay in the pool and not come out. That would save him a lot of trouble. "Your Majesty, we found it," someone suddenly shouted. Chun Jinji was overjoyed and hurriedly used his qing gong to leap into the depths of the forest. The four experts stood together and looked down. Below them was a round well. The mouth of the well was so narrow that it could only allow one person to pass through. It was hidden by the leaves. At this moment, the leaves were pushed aside, revealing the dark mouth of the well. At first glance, it looked like a snake hole, but the situation inside could not be seen. Chun Jinji floated over and asked in surprise, "You found it?" One of the Imperial House officials pointed at the deep well. Is it in there? Oh. Chun Jinji looked at the well and turned to Monk Lun Ming. What do you think, Master? Monk Lun Ming shook his head. I can't see through it. I can only go in and find out. Chun Jinji frowned and thought for a moment. I'll do it, Your Majesty. The four Imperial House high officials quickly shook their heads. Your Majesty, how can you take such a risk? Let me go. One of the Imperial House's officials said in a low voice. In my opinion, there might be a strange beast. It might be a snake. AI, Chun Jinji sighed and said, All right then, I'll have to trouble Elder Su. The Imperial House high official dived into the well without hesitation and disappeared. After a while, High Official Su's voice was heard. Your Majesty, Brother Zhao, and the others are inside. Chun Jinji asked, High Official Zhao and the others. Yes. High Official Su raised his voice and shouted. I thought they had already died in the monster's stomach. I didn't expect them to still be alive. However, they're all injured and need to be treated quickly. I'll go down. Chun Jinji nodded and dived into the deep well. After a while, Chun Jinji floated out and said in a low voice, They're fine. Everyone, go back to your work. Everyone spread out again and continued to search. Monk Lun Ming looked at Chun Jinji. Chun Jinji shook his head. They are fine, but their injuries are quite severe and they can't move. How do they avoid the monster? Monk Lun Ming asked. Chun Jinji said, When they fell, the monster didn't come out. It might have been sleeping. Then, they went ashore and fell into the well while looking for food. They were injured and starved for a few days. Could it be that they can't come up? Monk Lun Ming asked. Chun Jinji shook his head. It's too deep down. Plus, they have no inner energy and are injured. I'll go down and take care of them, Monk Lun Ming said in a low voice. There were also masters from the reincarnation temple down there. He was a little worried and wanted to take a closer look. Chun Jinji nodded. Master, take care of them. I'll continue to search. Monk Lun Ming pressed his palms together and dived into the well. He was wary of Chun Jinji, but he knew that Chun Jinji wouldn't harm him because they needed to work together to deal with Song Wanqing. If he harmed him, it would be the same as cutting off one of his arms. Chun Jinji continued to circle around the forest, trying to find the strange fruit. He carried Sun Mingyue and dived into the pool, feeling strange. Logically, these people should have been poisoned when they got close to the evil nether dragon. When he and Sun Mingyue fell together, they were deeply affected by the aphrodisiac. That was how they ended up cultivating the Supreme Diamond Scripture. Without the aphrodisiac, even if they saw the Supreme Diamond Scripture, they wouldn't have cultivated it. However, the evil nether dragon he saw this time was different from before. It didn't emit the aphrodisiac and was much stronger. His omniscient mirror couldn't scan the deep well. There was something strange about the well that blocked the omniscient mirror's view. He couldn't help but guess that the evil nether dragon's current transformation was really because it ate those grandmasters. He immediately shook his head. Previously, he wanted to kill the evil nether dragon because it would eat people again after eating them. Now he changed his mind. After all, it didn't eat him when it could, and saved him instead. Bang! He rushed into the cave. The surrounding air was fresh, but there was still no spiritual energy. He glanced around and saw 3 strange trees in the cave. At first glance, they looked like pine trees. They were short and twisted, like a flying dragon. Unfortunately, there were no fruits or flowers. He took 2 steps forward, wanting to investigate. It was possible that they had fruits, but they were eaten by the evil nether dragon. Roar! The evil nether dragon, who was lying by the tree, opened its eyes. It roared and stared at him with an unfriendly gaze. Chuli smiled and took 2 steps back. He knew that these 3 pine trees were its treasures. While he was doing this, he channeled his energy to heal Sun Mingyue. The spiritual energy from the Outland kept surging in her body, trying to heal her injuries. However, it didn't work. The 2 strange palm energies were abnormally pure. The spiritual energy from the Outland couldn't melt them. They were unscrupulously destroying Sun Mingyue's body. If this continued, her life would be in danger. He sat cross-legged and placed Sun Mingwe in front of him. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her veil was crimson. Chapter 33-32. He looked at Sun Mingwe quietly and took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he took off her white robes, revealing her fair, jade-like body. He also took off his white robes, pulled her into his embrace, and kissed her red lips. After taking a deep breath, he started to activate the Supreme Vajra Sutra. 23. The two of them were extremely familiar with each other's bodies. As if it was a conditioned reflex, her body immediately became warm and soft when Chuli hugged her tightly. As Chuli activated the Supreme Titanium Scripture, she followed suit. Thus, everything happened naturally, as if the conditions were right and the conditions were right. The evil dark dragon slowly slid out and entered the pool. It felt uncomfortable with the surging energy around them and wanted to escape. As time passed, the two gradually entered a good state. As the Supreme Diamond Scripture circulated, her injuries healed quickly. Chu Li's injuries were the same. After 2 hours, both of them recovered. However, they did not let go of each other and continued to activate the Supreme Diamond Scripture. The 7 chakras were filled with mellow energy that circulated between the 3 chakras. Their bodies became stronger and stronger until a certain moment when they naturally let go. She put her clothes back on, and her beautiful white body was once again wrapped in white. She went outside to wash her face and came back. Her face was like a peach blossom, bright and beautiful. Her bright eyes looked around and sized up the cave. She did not expect there to be such a cave at the bottom of the pool. Almost no one could find it. What was more amazing was that it could block water. Chuli sat in front of the 3 pine trees and placed his hands on them. He felt this strange energy surging from the trees. It was not inferior to the purity of the yin-yang fruit tree. It was obvious that the trees had produced spirit fruits that were eaten by the evil dark dragon. No wonder the evil dark dragon became stronger. It had a fortuitous encounter. He shook his head and smiled. Sun Mingwe sat opposite him, elegant and calm. "Why did you come here?" Chuli said, "To find the evil dark dragon." "You want to kill it?" Sun Mingwe frowned. Chuli said, "I'm cultivating the spirit snake technique of Goddess Attraction Mountain. The last level needs dragon energy." "Dragon energy?" Sun Mingwe scoffed. "The evil dark dragon is also a dragon?" Chuli nodded. "He can barely be considered a dragon. Although his bloodline is low, he still has a trace of dragon energy. It's enough to cultivate the spirit snake technique. What about you?" "I found out that you were already dead, so I came to help you," Sun Mingwe said. "I plan to bury you properly." Chuli smiled. "Thank you very much. I'm the one who dragged you into this." Sun Mingwe's face darkened. "They actually dared to come down. It's to look for our fortuitous encounter. I've told Chunjinji that we've eaten the miraculous fruit. He's digging deep to find it." Chuli shook his head. Sun Mingwe frowned and asked, "Why did you tell him?" Chuli smiled. "Find something for him to do, or else he'll only think about dealing with us." "What if we find it?" Sun Mingwe frowned. Chuli said he can't find it. Even if he did, it would be useless. The cave where the Supreme Titanium Supreme Scripture was located was halfway up the mountain. If it were not for the omniscient mirror, it would have been impossible to find the place. Even if he dug 3 feet into the ground, he would only find himself in the valley. He did not expect to find it there. Moreover, even if he did find it, he wouldn't be able to see the yin-yang fruit. He would only be happy for nothing. "I don't want them to find that place and disturb the 2 seniors," Sun Mingwe said. Chuli pondered for a while and understood what Sun Mingwe meant. Once they found the cave and saw the 2 seniors, Chun Jinji and Monk Lun Ming might be able to guess the technique that Chu Li and Sun Mingwe were cultivating. If they announced it to the world, she could forget about being a saint anymore. He stood up and said, "If that's the case, let's chase them out." He was very confident now. The 2 of them working together were more powerful than an enlightened master. If they had the help of the evil nether dragon, they might even have a chance to kill the 2 of them. "All right," Sun Mingwe nodded. The 2 of them held each other's hands and went out of the cave into the pool. Then, They shot out like two arrows and leaped out of the water. Chuli suddenly laughed out loud. "Your Majesty, did you really believe it?" "Huh." Chunjinji was standing in the forest with a gloomy face. He suspected that Chu Li was fooling him and that there was no miraculous fruit at all. When he heard Chu Li's words, he suddenly turned to glare at him and shouted, "Chu Li!" When he saw that Sun Mingyue had also recovered and was in good spirits, he was moved. If he and Master Lun Ming were seriously injured by the combined palm strike, he would definitely die. However, such serious injuries were healed in just half a day. It was truly miraculous and not something that could be achieved with martial arts. Such a miraculous healing method could only be obtained by consuming the miraculous fruit. It seemed that the miraculous fruit was not in the valley, but in the pool. Chu Li laughed. "Your Majesty, it seems like you really want to find that miraculous fruit." "Haha. Unfortunately, you can't find it no matter how hard you look. There's no miraculous fruit at all." "Umph, Chu Li, you're really tenacious," Chunjinji said coldly. "You're still alive." He saw with his own eyes that the evil nether dragon swallowed Chu Li in one gulp. Not only did he not die, but he also saved Sun Mingyue. Now, that Sun Mingyue was full of vigor. There must be a miraculous fruit hidden down there. It might even be with Chu Li. When he thought of this, he no longer hesitated and flew toward Chu Li. Chu Li turned to Sun Mingyue and smiled. "I wonder what it's like to kill an enlightened master. Will I be punished by heaven?" Sun Mingyue shook her head. "So far, no enlightened master has been killed." Chu Li smiled. "Seems like enlightened masters are hard to kill." Sun Mingyue nodded lightly and stared at Chunjinji, who was gliding over. Bang! Chu Li did not even turn his head. He directly met Chunjinji with his palm. When their palms collided, Chunjinji flew backward. He glided and stood still. The grass under his feet fluttered. His force was like an iron plow cutting through the grass, but it only destroyed the green grass. There were only shallow marks left on the ground. Chunjinji's face was extremely gloomy. Chu Li's palm was even stronger than him. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. "That's all you've got." In the 10 absolute vitality ceiling formation, enlightened masters were weakened. However, Chu Li and Sun Mingyue's supreme diamond scripture were not affected. Under such circumstances, Chunjinji seemed vulnerable. Sun Mingyue could feel Chunjinji's strength through Chu Li. She looked over in shock. Monk Lun Ming saw that the situation was not good. He glided to Chunjinji's side and pressed his palms together. "Namo Amitba. Almsgiver Chu, Almsgiver Sun, I'm very happy that both of you are safe and sound." Chu Li smiled. "Monk Lun Ming, you're too hypocritical." Sun Mingyue scoffed. "Monk, are you trying to join forces?" Sigh. Monk Lun Ming shook his head. "What is sown will bear fruit. I can only do this. Please forgive me, almsgivers. We don't blame you." Chu Li said. "Let's fight." He attacked Monk Lun Ming from afar. Sun Mingyue punched at Chunjinji. Bam, 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 bam. Deafening explosions came from between the four of them. The grass on the ground flew everywhere. Although it was not protected by the 10 absolute vitality ceiling formation, the ground was extremely hard. The four of them could not even leave a hole in it. Chu Li and Sun Mingyue actually suppressed Chunjinji and Monk Lun Ming to the point where they could only fight back. They could not attack. After more than 20 moves, the two of them knew that they had to use their secret skills. Bam bam. A shocking sound was heard. Chu Li and Sun Mingyue shook their heads and smiled. Chunjinji and Monk Lun Ming's secret skills were not a threat to them. They were still at a disadvantage in front of the supreme diamond scripture. The secret skills could only last for a limited time. As long as they could endure it, the two of them would definitely die. Chapter 33. Chu Li and Sun Mingyue lightly extended their palms. They looked indifferent, but they had a tacit understanding in their hearts. They were looking for an opportunity for the two to relax. When the two of them shook hands, their minds were faintly connected. They didn't need to speak or even look at each other to know each other's thoughts. Both of them used the supreme Vajra scripture to activate the Divine Light Fist. Its power was astonishing. Moreover, they did not unleash the full power of the Divine Light Fist at the beginning. They were holding back to wear down Chun Jinji and Monk Luan Ming's secret techniques. Suddenly sensing that Chun Jinji and Monk Luan Ming were slightly unstable, the two of them abruptly unleashed their Divine Light Fist to the maximum. Bang! Chun Jinji and Monk Luan Ming were sent flying. They flew for 10 meters in the air before crashing into the stone wall and bouncing back to the ground. There was blood at the corner of their mouths. They were all injured by this blow. Even if their secret techniques were shockingly powerful, they still couldn't withstand a full-force punch. Chu Li and Sun Mingwei suddenly sped up and appeared in front of Chun Jinji, both of them punching out at the same time. Bang! Both of their fists hit Chun Jinji at the same time. Chun Jinji hit the stone wall again and bounced back down. If it was a normal stone wall, it would have been imprinted on the stone wall, hanging on the stone wall. Unfortunately, the stone here was harder than metal, so Chun Jinji could not leave an imprint. Chun Jinji spat out a mouthful of blood, his face like metal. Stop! Monk Luan Ming stood in front of Chun Jinji and put his palms together. Namo, Ba. Benefactors, please stop. Chu Li threw a punch without saying a word, and so did Sun Mingwei. Bang! Monk Luan Ming was also sent flying, spitting out an arrow of blood in the air. Chu Li and Sun Mingwei continuously threw punches at Chun Jinji, wanting to kill him. Pong, 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 pong. Chun Jinji was like a rag doll, bouncing up, falling to the ground, bouncing up again, falling to the ground again. Blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain, and he was completely powerless to fight back. Chu Li and Sun Mingwei frowned as they felt a strange force circulating in his body, protecting his last shred of vitality. No matter how hard they tried, they could not destroy this vitality. They just could not take his life. Could it be that enlightened masters are immortal? Chu Li shook his head. Sun Mingwei said, "That's impossible, right? Did your master mention it?" "No." Sun Mingwei frowned and said, "But it seems like there's no one in this world who can kill an enlightened master. Even if it's a battle between enlightened masters, it's usually a lose-lose situation. Even if they can't defeat their opponent, they still have the ability to escape." Chu Li furrowed his brows. If both sides are heavily injured, even an enlightened master can't kill them. They can't be killed. Sun Mingwei shook her head. In the past 1,000 years, there hasn't been an Empyrean god who has been killed. Chu Li scoffed. Then we must still kill him today. Let's give it a try, Sun Mingwei said. While the two of them were talking, they kept throwing punches. Chun Jinji was heavily injured, but he did not die. Monk Luan Ming was also in the same state. He was beaten to death by the two of them, but he did not die. Chu Li frowned and said, "Forget it. I can only use the sword." He pulled out the modesty sword and thrust it towards Chun Jinji's chest. Ding! Chun Jinji's chest was protected by the heart-protecting mirror. Chu Li thrust his sword at Chun Jinji's throat again. Ding! An invisible force shook off Chu Li's long sword. The omniscient mirror saw a golden light suddenly shoot out from between Chun Jinji's eyebrows. Others could not see it, but the omniscient mirror could see it clearly. Chu Li did not believe it and thrust his sword again. Ding! The modesty sword was deflected again. Chun Jinji suddenly disappeared from the spot. Chu Li stared at the spot where he disappeared and did not say a word. Sun Mingwei furrowed her brows. How is this possible? Chu Li turned his head and stared at Monk Luan Ming. Monk Luan Ming's face was pale as paper. He was unusually weak. The corner of his mouth and chin were dyed red with blood. He was beaten by Chu Li and Sun Mingwei to the point where he was barely breathing, but he still maintained his consciousness. He smiled and chanted the name of Buddha with difficulty. Namo Ba. Chu Li smiled. Do you know the reason? Is there a secret skill to save your life? If there is, why bother using it? An enlightened master does have the ability to save his life, Monk Luan Ming said weakly. It's impossible to be killed in this world. You two don't have to waste your inner energy anymore. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. How can there be such a good thing? Can an enlightened master really not die? Monk Luan Ming nodded slowly. A monk does not lie. Chu Li said, you must not be telling the truth. Maybe there are only a few chances to save your life. Maybe only one or two. Namo Amipa. Monk Luan Ming shook his head. Chu Li smiled. Looks like we were right. I want to see how many more times he can escape. Monk, kill yourself so that we don't have to waste our time. Monk Luan Ming shook his head. Chu Li thrust his sword forward. Ding! A white light shot out from between Monk Luan Ming's eyebrows. After hitting the modesty sword, Monk Luan Ming suddenly disappeared. Chu Li and Sun Mingwei were prepared this time. They felt a strange force descending from the void. It was a force that made their hearts palpitate, and they did not dare to approach. Seeing that Monk Luan Ming also escaped, Chu Li shook his head. How infuriating! Sun Mingwei frowned. You want to continue chasing after them? Chu Li said, of course, it's a rare opportunity. Once they leave this valley, they will recover quickly. The two of us can't kill them. Let's forget about it. Sun Mingwei shook her head. Are you willing to let them go, just like that? Chu Li was surprised. Sun Mingwei said, we can't do anything to them. Don't get yourself killed. Chu Li laughed. I see. You want stability. You're afraid that you won't be able to take over the enlightened master position in a year. Sun Mingwei glanced at him, her eyes sparkling. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. All right, if that's the case, we'll let these two go. Send the rest up so that they don't cause trouble down there. Sun Mingwei nodded. Chu Li jumped into the pool and found the evil dark dragon in the cave. Looking at the ugly appearance of the evil dark dragon, he did not hate it anymore. After all, the evil dark dragon had saved his life. Its strength had increased greatly, but it was still no match for Chu Li. The supreme diamond scripture could restrain the evil dark dragon. That was why it was trapped here for more than 1,000 years and could not escape. He used the omniscient mirror to transmit his thoughts to the evil dark dragon. The evil dark dragon's intelligence was not inferior to a human's. Seeing Chu Li lightly pressing on it, it did not dodge. Chu Li converted the pure yang spiritual energy into the inner energy of the spirit snake technique and injected it into the evil dark dragon's body. The evil dark dragon closed its eyes comfortably. The warmth and comfort enveloped it. It wanted to stay like this forever. Chu Li used the inner energy of the spirit snake technique to sense the evil dark dragon's body. Its organs and meridians appeared clearly in his mind. He searched for the trace of dragon energy. The evil dark dragon's meridian was weak. It was not easy to find the dragon energy. He kept injecting the inner energy of the spirit snake technique. Sun Mingwei sat by the pool and waited for a day and night. She still did not see Chu Li come out. She frowned and pondered. She did not know what happened to Chu Li. It must not be smooth. It seemed that the spirit snake technique was not easy to cultivate. Chapter 33-34. Time flowed by like water. With the infusion of the spirit serpent technique, the evil dark dragon unknowingly became stronger. The inner energy of the spirit serpent technique was the best medicine for it. With every bit of inner energy, it became stronger, and its original weakness gradually disappeared. Chu Li sighed helplessly. He didn't know if what he did was right or wrong. The spirit serpent technique made the evil dark dragon stronger. If it got stronger, it might be able to break the 10 absolute vitality lock formation. If it really escaped from the valley, it would be a catastrophe. He was very patient. As time passed, the evil dark dragon became stronger. He could vaguely feel a trace of dragon energy, but it was faintly discernible. He couldn't really feel it, only feeling that it was appearing. With the life and death scripture, the spiritual energy of the Outland was almost endless. His soul was also strong, so he didn't get tired. He continued to inject the inner energy of the spirit serpent technique into the evil dark dragon. The evil dark dragon suddenly let out a low roar. Chu Li could hear that this roar was different from before. There was a subtle change to the sound of metal. The clanging sound was even more shocking, making people want to cover their ears and run. Chu Li was overjoyed. He felt the appearance of the dragon energy, so he pushed the spirit serpent technique to the extreme and absorbed the dragon energy. Once the dragon energy entered his body, it immediately circulated in his body, following the 9th level heart technique through 9 circulations. Then, Chuli let out a long roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. The spirit serpent technique was finally perfected. A rich energy circulated around his body. Although it wasn't as pure as the supreme diamond scripture, it was far purer than before. It used the spiritual energy of the Outland far better than other heart techniques. The evil dark dragon let out a dragon roar. Chuli patted its head and floated out of the cave, quickly appearing beside the pool. Sun Mingyue sat cross-legged on the grass and opened her eyes to look over. Chuli smiled. "It's done. Thank you." Sun Mingyue snorted. "Finally done. We have to go back quickly. You can join Goddess Attraction Mountain this time, right?" Chuli nodded. "You really want to cultivate the dragon taming technique?" Sun Mingyue slowly floated up and straightened her legs. "You really want to become a god?" Chuli smiled. "You think I can't? I'm just reminding you that once you join Goddess Attraction Mountain." Sun Mingyue shook her head and said, "You'll be considered a member of the Fu Dynasty." Chuli raised his eyebrows. "If I become an enlightened god, will I become the Fu Dynasty's enlightened master?" "Yes." Sun Mingyue nodded. Chuli laughed and shook his head. "This is really interesting. If you've thought it through, you won't find it interesting." Sun Mingyue glared at him and said, "Do you think the Goddess Attraction Mountain can really take you in?" Chuli remained silent. Once he became an inner mountain disciple of Goddess Attraction Mountain and became an enlightened master, he would occupy the position of Fu Dynasty's enlightened master. However, he was a citizen of the Ji Dynasty. Once that happened, the balance between the forces in the world would be broken, and Fu Dynasty's status would be in jeopardy. After all, Goddess Attraction Mountain was the leader of Fu Dynasty sections. How could they let something like this happen? The best solution was to not accept Chu Li into the mountain so that he would not become a citizen of the Fu Dynasty. Even if he became an enlightened master, he would still be an enlightened master of the Ji Dynasty. The enlightened masters of Goddess Attraction Mountain were different from other enlightened masters. Their cultivation level was higher, and they could suppress several others. The Fu Dynasty had been able to dominate the world and suppress the other countries not only because of Fu Dynasty's tyrannical strength, but also because of Goddess Attraction Mountain's enlightened master's prestige. Once Chu Li became Goddess Attraction Mountain's enlightened master, he would never side with Fu Dynasty. Instead, Ji Dynasty would rise and take over Fu Dynasty's position. Even if Goddess Attraction Mountain agreed, Fu Dynasty would never let that happen. Sun Mingyue said, "As long as Goddess Attraction Mountain isn't stupid, they won't let you become Fu Dynasty's enlightened master." Chuli shook his head and smiled. That might not be the case. Goddess Attraction Mountain's enlightened masters were different from other enlightened masters. As far as he knew, Goddess Attraction Mountain's enlightened masters could enter and exit the Outland. As such, Goddess Attraction Mountain's enlightened masters were the easiest to control, because the enlightened masters of the previous generation could also stay on Goddess Attraction Mountain, and even the previous generation could stay. As such, there was no need to worry about the new enlightened master stirring up trouble. Sun Mingyue gave him a sidelong glance. "You're bold. I hope so." Chuli nodded slowly. His future was unpredictable, and it depended on Goddess Attraction Mountain's opinion, especially the current enlightened master, Zhou Dunli. "Let's go. Let's head out first," Sun Mingyue said. The two of them left Ten Despair Valley, and Chu Li's expression changed slightly. Song Wanqing stood at the peak of the mountain, looking at the two of them indifferently. Her gaze fell on their tightly clasped hands. Sun Mingyue struggled slightly, and Chu Li let go. "Master," Sun Mingyue called out shyly. Song Wanqing glared at Chu Li and said coldly, "What are you doing here instead of cultivating at Goddess Attraction Mountain?" Chu Li gave a fist salute and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Senior Song. You've cultivated Goddess Attraction Mountain's spirit serpent technique now, and you're still full of confidence in cultivating the dragon taming technique." Song Wanqing sneered. "Master," He's already cultivated the spirit serpent technique, Sun Mingwei said. Song Wanqing frowned as she sized Chuli up. He really cultivated it? Chuli nodded slowly and smiled. I was lucky. Hypocrite. Song Wanqing scoffed. You must be very proud of yourself, aren't you? Chuli said, I was really lucky. If it wasn't for the coincidence, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate it. The spirit serpent technique is really hard to cultivate. Song Wanqing said lightly, the spirit serpent technique is hard to cultivate, and the dragon taming technique is 10 times harder than the spirit serpent technique. I hope you'll be able to cultivate it. Even if you do, don't wait for the moon to rise to the sky to cultivate it. Chuli smiled and shook his head. Go, what are you still doing here? Song Wanqing scoffed. Chuli gave a fist salute and turned to look at Sun Mingwei. Then I'll take my leave. Song Wanqing waved her hand, and Sun Mingwei nodded at him. Chuli was not in a hurry to return to Goddess Attraction Mountain. He first went back to the High Duke's public house, but Xiao Qi and Xiao Shi were not there. Xueling floated in under the setting sun. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her face was as white as jade. Master, Xueling curtsied. Chuli nodded. The two of them were standing in the Gloriesville courtyard. Chuli sized up the Gloriesville tree and nodded in satisfaction. He came to the front of another soaring grass and activated the life and death scripture. The spiritual force from the outland immediately surged into the soaring grass. The spiritual force of the purest yang penetrated the soaring grass, and it instantly withered. Soon, it lost its vitality and died. Chuli frowned as he looked at the soaring grass that had turned into ashes. He shook his head to himself. It seemed that the spiritual force from the outland was not that magical. Master? Xueling went forward and asked softly, Is there anything? Chuli shook his head. He was thinking about whether he could convert the purest yang spiritual force into mellow energy. The mellow energy should be able to stimulate the growth of the grass. When he thought about this, a mellow energy floated out of his umbilical chakra, and he used the life and death scripture to channel it to another soaring grass. Immediately, the soaring grass grew rapidly, and in a short time, it felt like a year had passed. Chuli looked at the soaring grass in shock, and could not help but secretly admire its wonders. Master, Lu Yurong sent a message. She wants to meet you, Xueling said softly. Chuli turned to look at her. Xueling's eyes were as clear as water, and she said softly, It's been 3 days. Chuli nodded slowly. Meeting. Did anything important happen at the Ren public house? Chapter 33-35. Oh, a powerful person. Chuli got up and walked to the pagoda with his hands behind his back. He took the jade cup from Xue and asked, Do you know his identity? Xue shook her head. It's because we can't find out that he's powerful. Chuli took a sip of the tea and smiled. That's true. Xue now had a lot of intelligence. Her eyes and ears were very sharp. As the Yi public house became stronger, her eyes and ears kept expanding and becoming more powerful. She already had many eyes and ears in Green Mountain Town. In addition to Chu Li's eyes and ears in the Secret Guardian's Hall, there were few things that could be hidden from her. Xue said, I guess Miss Lu wanted to meet him because of this person. What does he look like? Chuli asked. Xue went into the house and took out a scroll. She unfolded it and presented it in front of him. The scroll showed a strong young man. Although he was not handsome, he had a masculine aura. His eyes were bright like an eagle or a tiger, and his smile was unruly. He was like a wanderer who roamed the world, and no one could tame his wild nature. Chuli frowned and shook his head. He did not recognize this person, but he felt a sense of familiarity. It came from between this person's eyebrows. He felt like he had seen this person somewhere before, but he knew that he had never seen him before or he would have recognized him. His mind flashed through many people and finally stopped at Tang Zhao. This person looked similar to Tang Zhao. They were like brothers. Even if they were not brothers, they must be related by blood. If that was the case, this person should be from the Fu dynasty. No wonder he cannot find out where he came from. He could also be a disciple of the Fu dynasty's royal family. Do you know this person, Master? Shui asked. Chu Li shook his head. Is Lu Yurong still in the Ren public house? Yes, Shui nodded. I'll go take a look, Chu Li said. The next moment, he appeared in the backyard of the Ren public house. As soon as he appeared, Lu Yurong's 9 maids tensed up. They floated to their respective positions and surrounded Chu Li. Lu Yurong sat in the pagoda and waved her hand. The dusk was hazy and tired birds returned to the forest. Lu Yurong looked up at Chu Li. Her eyes sparkled. You're finally here. Chu Li smiled. I've been cultivating in isolation. Your cultivation level has increased greatly. Congratulations. What's the use? Lu Yurong shook her head and sighed. What she cultivated was the Empyrean fairy power. It was powerful and difficult to cultivate. Ever since King Jing became the crown prince, the secret vault of the royal family was open to him. He was able to find some mystical martial arts and some ancient secrets. Lu Yurong also benefited a lot from it. She knew the origin of the Empyrean fairy power and the cultivation method. After obtaining a piece of stone from outer sky from the secret vault, her cultivation level doubled. But for her troubles, doubling her cultivation level was of no use. Chu Li sat in front of her and smiled. It's rare to see you so weak, Miss Lu. She had always been cold and domineering. Even when she was with Chu Li and was obviously weaker than him, she could still use her wits to deal with him. She was barely at a disadvantage, so it was difficult for her to show weakness. I'm here to ask for your help, Lu Yurong said. Chu Li laughed. This is a honey trap. No wonder she behaved like this. She did it to arouse his protective instincts and manliness. Lu Yurong always had a purpose in everything she did. It was difficult for her to act on her emotions, and it was even more difficult for her to show her true feelings. Lu Yurong rolled her eyes at him. Are you going to help me or not? Chu Li said, do you know how an enlightened master can be killed? He knew that Lu Yurong was knowledgeable and had read many secrets. There were some things that he could not come into contact with. Lu Yurong frowned. Kill an enlightened master? Chu Li said slowly. From what I know, it seems that no enlightened master has fallen in the past 1,000 years. But 1,000 years ago, enlightened masters were not immortal, right? Lu Yurong said, the enlightened masters back then were not so precious. There were no less than 100 of them. If they were immortal, the world would be in chaos. What about the enlightened masters today? Chu Li asked. Lu Yurong pondered for a moment and shook her head. Indeed, I haven't heard of any enlightened masters being killed. They all ascended to the outland when the time came. Then they really don't die? Chu Li frowned. Lu Yurong said, there seems to be a heavenly rule. Enlightened masters can only fight and not kill each other. They will not kill each other. There's such a rule? Chu Li's frown deepened. Lu Yurong nodded. If that's the case, then the outland is the strongest. Chu Li said. Lu Yurong looked up at the gloomy sky and nodded slowly. Heavens cannot be disobeyed. Chu Li smiled nonchalantly. All right then, let's talk about your troubles. A while ago, a prince of the Fu dynasty came to Green Mountain Town. Lu Yurong said, I met him at the Flying Cloud brothel. Chu Li said, love at first sight? Then I must congratulate Miss Lu. Lu Yurong glared at him angrily. Chu Li smiled. All right, tell me about it. Lu Yurong scoffed. His name is Tang Yi. I think he likes me. Chu Li said, Miss Lu is such a beauty. Which man wouldn't like you? There's no need to make a fuss. If it's someone else, I wouldn't care. Lu Yurong frowned and sighed. But this Tang Yi, I have a bad feeling. He hasn't mentioned anything to you, right? Chu Li asked. He could tell from Lu Yurong's vague tone that nothing had happened. She was just preparing for a rainy day. Lu Yurong shook her head. He hasn't done anything yet. Chu Li smiled and said nothing. Lu Yurong said impatiently, do you think I'm overthinking things? What do you think he will do? Chu Li asked. Although Lu Yurong could not see through people's hearts like him, she could read people's minds through subtle expressions. She would never make a mistake. She must have noticed something wrong with this Tang Yi. He might come knocking on my door. Lu Yurong frowned. Chu Li said, who is this Tang Yi? The Fu dynasty's third prince. Lu Yurong said. Chu Li pondered for a moment. The Fu dynasty's eldest prince died young. The second prince will become the crown prince. As for the third prince, it's possible. He won't be satisfied, right? On the contrary, he has no ambition for the throne. Lu Yurong shook her head. Chu Li said, then it's troublesome. If he wants to be a king of freedom, he will be unscrupulous. The Fu dynasty's emperor and second prince will condone him. Looks like you can't escape from him. Lu Yurong said impatiently. I'm just asking for your help. Chu Li said, me as a shield? Lu Yurong pursed her lips and smiled. She nodded slowly. Chu Li took the teacup from the maid and shook his head. Lu Yurong said, I heard that you're a disciple of Goddess Attraction Mountain. With your ability, you can definitely become an inner mountain disciple. Chu Li shook his head. It'll be very difficult. You don't want to help, right? Lu Yurong scoffed. Chu Li sighed and shook his head. If he did not have Shao Qi, there was nothing wrong with helping her. But now that he had Shao Qi, being a shield would be hurting Shao Qi. How could he do such a thing? Moreover, the Fu dynasty's third prince was not to be trifled with. He had the Fu dynasty behind him. Offending him would bring endless trouble. Sigh. Lu Yurong sighed and shook her head. I'm just a weak woman. Chapter 33-36. Are you afraid that Shao Qi won't agree? Lu Yurong asked. Chu Li nodded. I have a wife now. I can't do whatever I want. Plus, your identity is sensitive. You can't do anything rash or there will be endless trouble. You know what to do. What will you say to the crown prince? I can't care about that now. Lu Yurong shook her head. Chu Li said, there's a better shield. You're not talking about Lung Feng, are you? Lu Yurong's face darkened. Chu Li, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Her heart was boiling with anger, and her face was covered with frost. Chu Li smiled. Is Lung Feng not suitable? He was past the age of impulsiveness. He had to think about the House of High Duke. Going against two of the Fu dynasty's 8 major sects was already a huge risk. Offending the Fu dynasty imperial family would be even more dangerous. He could not act recklessly. Lu Yurong scoffed. You already know the answer. How can uncle-in-law resist the pressure from the Fu dynasty imperial family? If the Fu dynasty crown prince wants to marry you, His Highness will immediately agree. But it's not the Fu dynasty crown prince. His Highness might not agree. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. Don't worry. Lu Yurong's face tightened. Uncle-in-law will agree to Tang Yi. Chu Li asked, Miss Lu, do you hate Tang Yi that much? It's not that I hate him. I hate being forced. Lu Yurong laughed coldly. It's fine if it's anything else but this. What's the point of living if I can't make my own decisions? Chu Li nodded. Lu Yurong was intelligent and skilled in martial arts. Even if she tried to hide her arrogance, it would not disappear. How could she be willing to be manipulated by others? Moreover, since Tang Yi was a prince, he would not be lacking in women. Lu Yurong could not tolerate sharing a man with another woman. Lu Yurong said, You're also worried about Tang Yi's background? Chu Li nodded. Of course. Lu Yurong snorted and said, So you're just going to sit back and let me be forced to marry Tang Yi? Isn't it too early to get married? Chu Li said. Lu Yurong bit her lips and glared at him. She felt angry and wronged. She did not expect Chu Li to not be angry when he heard the news. He even rejected her rationally. Did she have no place in his heart? Did he not like her at all? When Chu Li saw her eyes redden, his heart softened and he sighed to himself. If Lu Yurong was still stubborn and strong, he would have rejected her. However, with her current state, he could not reject her. Lu Yurong turned her head away and said lightly, All right, I won't trouble you anymore. Please leave. Chu Li asked, If I agree, what will you do? I'll ask Shao Qi to agree to this first. Then we'll announce our engagement, Lu Yurong said in a low voice. Chu Li sighed. This will damage your reputation. It's inappropriate. After this, I don't plan on marrying anyone. I don't care about my reputation, Lu Yurong said lightly. Chu Li frowned. You don't plan to get married? Lu Yurong said, Love is a thing with endless troubles. I don't want it. Chu Li said, I still need to think about this carefully. If I think like this when I'm young, I'll regret it when I'm older. My mindset is different, so my way of thinking will be different. It's better to let nature take its course and go with the flow. Lu Yurong shook her head and said, I don't know how long I can live in the martial arts world. Why should I care about these things? Chu Li remained silent. He knew it would be difficult to persuade her. Lu Yurong said, after the engagement, no matter how much Tang Yi likes me, he can't snatch someone else's woman, especially you. Once you step into Goddess Attraction Mountain, you'll have an important position. He's just a prince. How would he dare to offend you? Chu Li smiled. I'm not an Intermountain disciple yet. Whether I can enter the mountain or not is another matter. Although he was confident, there was still a haze. Would Zhou Dunley reject him because of his superior martial arts? This was one of two possibilities. The human heart was the hardest to predict. He could not even come into contact with Zhou Dunley, so there was nothing he could do. Lu Yurong said, as for the Yi public house, you don't have to worry. The Fu dynasty is weak in academics, but strong in martial arts. The Fu dynasty is too strong, so the imperial court is weak. I'll send someone to keep an eye on them. Once the Fu dynasty sends masters to threaten the Yi public house, the masters from both public houses will move together. I don't believe they can't stop Thaxin. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. Lu Yurong smiled. If that's the case, Tang Yi will know his place. He won't be so stupid to offend a disciple of Goddess Attraction Mountain because of a woman he's only met once. Chu Li remained silent. Lu Yurong said, what are you worried about? I'll plead with Xiao Qi. She's kind by nature. Even if she hates me, she won't let me jump into the fire pit. You don't have to worry about the High Duke's public house. The Fu dynasty should understand that if they touch the High Duke's public house, they'll be breaking a taboo and will incur public anger. Moreover, I'll transfer people from the Secret Guardians Hall to secretly protect the Yi public house. She knew that Chu Li only had two weaknesses. One was Xiao Qi, and the other was the High Duke's public house. As long as these two weaknesses were resolved, Chu Li would probably agree. Chu Li shook his head. Forget about the engagement. Announcing the engagement was too hard on Xiao Qi. Even so, he could not bear to do it. Moreover, he felt guilty towards Xiao Qi because of Sun Mingwei. He did not want her to get hurt again. Lu Yurong frowned. If it's not an engagement, Tang Yi won't give up. Chu Li said, if it really doesn't work out, you could just go into hiding and announce that you're in isolated cultivation. Lu Yurong shook her head. It's not that easy. Don't tell me I'll always be in isolated cultivation. I'll wait for his passion to dissipate before I come out, Chu Li said. Lu Yurong said, I heard that Tang Yi is extremely overbearing. He will not let go of the woman he likes. He's very persistent. He won't lose his passion just because he's in isolated cultivation. Instead, he'll want me even more. Chu Li smiled. He hasn't even made a move yet, and you're already doing this. It's a little too much. Lu Yurong shook her head. I can tell that he won't give up. Preparing for a rainy day was also the secret to her victory in every battle. Chu Li said, I'll let Xiao Qi decide. She's a most unhappy one. If she agrees to the engagement, you can announce it to the public. If she doesn't agree, don't play any tricks. She's not someone to be trifled with. All right. Lu Yurong nodded slowly. She sighed. Chu Li, you're really hard-hearted. I'm not hard-hearted. I'm just too soft. Chu Li shook his head. You have many ways to solve this problem. You just had to drag me here. If Lu Yurong really wanted to avoid it, the simplest and most effective method would be to fake her death. No matter how overbearing Tang Yi was, he would not open the coffin to examine the corpse, right? He had used this method of feigning death several times, and it worked every time. Lu Yurong was so smart that she would not have thought of this method. She used him as a shield because she was unwilling to give up her power and did not want to give up on the Secret Guardians Hall. Even though he knew this, he could not bring himself to reject her help. He would just have to return the favor in the future. He also wanted to see if his identity as a disciple of Goddess Attraction Mountain was useful. Lu Yurong smiled like a flower. Thank you, Head Chief Chu. Chu Li waved his hand. I hope I won't regret this decision. Help me find a way to kill an enlightened master. It's best not to kill an enlightened master. Lu Yurong shook her head. The Grand Master will never let you go. Don't forget that we're going to the Grand Master in the future. Even if we can't do anything to you here, we'll settle the score when we get there. Chu Li nodded. Chapter 33-37. It was early in the morning, and the snow lunar pavilion was bathed in golden light. Lu Yurong wore a white veil that covered her face. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her snow-white cloak fluttered in the morning breeze. She stood quietly outside the valley of the snow lunar pavilion. 9 maids dressed in different colored gowns surrounded her. They stood motionless and watched as she looked at the snow lunar pavilion in a daze. Her bright eyes flickered. After a long time, 2 young men in blue robes came out of the snow lunar pavilion. They gave a fist salute and greeted, "Ladies, what can I do for you?" Lu Yurong glanced at him and did not say a word. One of the maids took 2 steps forward and handed over a visiting card. The 2 young men in blue robes could feel the surging pressure from this group of 10 people. It was as if they were standing at the foot of a mountain and looking up at it. They said, "But you must find the right person. Otherwise, you might as well not marry. It's settled then. You can just announce this to the public." Lu Yurong nodded lightly. Xiao Qi pursed her lips and smiled. This time, he's going to be hated and envied by everyone again. Lu Yurong sighed. I didn't expect the third lady to be so magnanimous. I'm ashamed. She knew that if it were her, she would not agree so easily. Xiao Qi shook her head lightly. I can't just watch you get snatched away by Tang Yi and tell him about this, can I? Not yet. Lu Yurong shook her head. I know that if you don't agree, it's useless to beg him. Xiao Qi chuckled and shook her head lightly. Lu Yurong felt guilty. She braced herself and said, I'll tell him about this as soon as possible. Thank you, third lady. Chapter 33-38. In the evening, 3 middle-aged cavalrymen arrived at the Rin public house. They wore yellow shirts and rode straight to the front of the public house. 4 public house protectors stood in front of the horses with their hands on their swords and stared at the 3 of them sternly. These 3 knights were all on the Grandmaster's boundary. Their cultivation levels were high, and the horses they rode were all shining brightly. They were tall and strong, and their muscles were strong. It was hard to find such horses in the public house. The 4 public house protectors said, Who are you? Please dismount. The 3 cavalrymen glided down from their horses. The leader of the cavalrymen had a steely expression on his face. He was burly and well-built, and his hands were exceptionally large. His eyes gleamed like cold lightning as he said in a deep voice, I'm a protector of the Fu dynasty's 3rd prince's residence. I've been ordered to present Miss Lu Yurong with an invitation and hand it over to you in person. Eldest lady? The 4 public house protectors frowned. Eldest lady is not here. Not here. Where did she go? Eldest lady's whereabouts are confidential. How can we know? Then please meet with the person in charge. Please wait for a moment. A public house protector entered the public house to report. Then, a steward came out and invited the 3 of them to the main hall. After a while, the handsome Lu Yushu walked in. He closed fists, saluted, and smiled. I am Lu Yushu. The 3 of you want to give little sister an invitation. May I know where it is? We will personally hand it to Miss Lu. The middle-aged cavalryman shook his head. Please show yourself. What a coincidence. Lu Yushu shook his head and sighed. Little sister is about to be engaged to Chu Li from the E public house. She is at the E public house. It will take some time for her to come over. Even if she got the invitation, she will not be able to attend the appointment. She is too busy. Engaged? The 3 cavalrymen looked at each other. Lu Yushu nodded. Yes. They have known each other for many years, and they have finally reached this step. He said this with a complicated expression. His heart was inexplicably complicated. His feelings towards Chu Li were too complicated. Logically, they were enemies, but he was afraid of Chu Li. He was ruthless and merciless. Every time he saw him, he felt inferior and did not dare to act recklessly. However, the only one who was worthy of her was Chu Li out of all the heroes in the world. He would not oppose his little sister marrying Chu Li, even if Chu Li already had Xiao Qi. The 3 cavalrymen's faces darkened. They all knew what the prince was thinking. He wanted Lu Yurong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way here to send an invitation. They never thought that Lu Yurong would be engaged to someone else's wife. They immediately shook their heads. If the prince wanted a woman, it did not matter even if it was someone else's woman. They must get it, even if it means offending Chu Li. Lu Yurong's alluring face flashed before his eyes. His heart was filled with melancholy. He wished that they could never be apart. He could not tolerate such a beauty lying in another man's arms. Your Royal Highness, please reconsider, Su Shishing hurriedly said. Chu Li is not an ordinary person. The hatred of stealing Lu Yurong's wife was irreconcilable. If he really did steal Lu Yurong, Chu Li would definitely kill him. His Royal Highness would definitely not be able to escape. Even if the Emperor were to intervene, it would probably be after His Royal Highness was killed. House Tang, King said. You, cavalryman. I Lu Prince's prince. Chu Li's martial art is strong, but he has weaknesses. I will personally persuade him to give up Lu Yushu. Prince, Su Shishing said. It's best not to meet him. If he attacks, none of us will be able to stop him. He dares, Tang Yi sneered. Find out if he has any weaknesses or family members. I don't believe he will drag his family down and become a sinner because of a woman. Yes. Su Shishing nodded helplessly. Tang Yi said, don't worry. I'm the prince of Fu Dynasty. He won't dare. Su Shishing nodded. He was slightly relieved. The Fu Dynasty was the ruler of the world. The Ji Dynasty did not dare to say no in front of the Fu Dynasty. If push came to shove, they could start with the Ji Dynasty and force Chu Li to give up. They could even force Lu Yurong to give up on the engagement and abandon Chu Li. Thinking of this, he was more confident. Although martial art was the most respected in the world, wisdom was sometimes more terrifying than martial art. Chapter 33-39. Chu Li returned to the foot of Goddess Attraction Mountain at noon. He looked up at Goddess Attraction Mountain that towered into the clouds and took out the metal tag from his pocket. The metal tag flew towards Goddess Attraction Mountain and lit up the sky with a golden light. A moment later, 2 white cranes descended. Zhu Yuan rode the white crane and landed in front of him. He smiled and closed fist saluted. Brother Chu. Chu Li closed fist saluted and smiled. He floated onto the back of the other white crane and sat steadily. The white crane let out a clear cry and flew into the sky. It flew up into the clouds and landed in front of the palace outside the mountain where they were. Goddess Attraction Mountain was quiet. It was as if no one knew he had returned. Zhu Yuan left the white crane in a yellow robe and smiled. Brother Chu, you must have had a long journey. Go back and rest. Brother Zhu, come in and have some tea, Chu Li said. Zhu Yuan hesitated for a moment before following him into the courtyard. Chu Li deftly picked up the pot of tea while talking to Zhu Yuan. Did anything happen to the spirit snake? No. Zhu Yuan shook his head. I thought it would come to me for revenge. I didn't expect it to be so obedient. It didn't cause any trouble when I fed it. Brother Chu, did you gain anything after going out? Chu Li smiled. I've mastered the spirit snake technique. What? Zhu Yuan raised his voice. Chu Li smiled. I was lucky. Zhu Yuan's eyes widened. How is that possible? Advancing to the next level of the spirit serpent technique was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. None of them had succeeded in cultivating it. So how did it become so easy for Chu Li? He had mastered it in the blink of an eye. It was hard to imagine how he had managed to cultivate it. Chu Li said, I was lucky. Has the hill master finished his isolated cultivation? Once you master the spirit snake technique, you can become an inner mountain disciple. Zhu Yuan looked at him enviously. Brother Chu, you'll become an inner mountain disciple in the future. We'll have to call you senior brother. Chu Li pretended to be hesitant. I'm from the Ji Dynasty. I'm afraid I might not be able to enter Goddess Attraction Mountain. It doesn't matter which country you're from as long as you become a disciple of Goddess Attraction Mountain. Zhu Yuan said, Goddess Attraction Mountain is detached from the world. It doesn't involve conflicts between factions or countries. Don't worry. Does that mean I can become an inner mountain disciple? Chu Li smiled. It will definitely work. Zhu Yuan nodded vigorously. Don't worry. Chu Li smiled. Brother Tang is a disciple of the Fu dynasty's imperial family. I wonder what his identity is. Tang Zhao, Brother Tang. Zhu Yuan smiled and said, it's the second prince's second heir. The second son of the second prince. Chu Li muttered. Zhu Yuan said, Brother Tang is a good person. He's not as overbearing as the Fu dynasty. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Zhu Yuan said, by the way, Brother Chu, once you've perfected the spirit serpent technique, you can ring the bell directly. Even if the mountain chieftain is in seclusion, she'll come out to meet you and take you as her disciple. This is a special privilege for outer mountain disciples. Chu Li was surprised. I can directly ask the hill master to come out of isolated cultivation? Yes. Zhu Yuan nodded and said, I just remembered this rule. However, it has been many years since an outer mountain disciple successfully cultivated the spirit serpent art. I nearly forgot about it. Chu Li Fist saluted and smiled. Thank you, Brother Zhu. Zhu Yuan said, if you can become an inner mountain disciple, we will all be happy for you. Chu Li smiled. The tea was already boiling and he started steeping it. Zhu Yuan was kind, but the others might not be happy for him. It was true that they wanted to replace him. Chu Li rode the white crane and flew through the clouds, arriving at the basilica of the mountain. Zhou Jie was already waiting there. When he saw Chu Li, he nodded calmly. I heard that Brother Chu went down the mountain to cultivate. I want to remind Brother Chu that the spirit serpent technique can only be cultivated in Goddess Attraction Mountain. You can't cultivate it anywhere else. Chu Li said, Brother Zhou, I want to ask the hill master to come out of isolated cultivation. Zhou Jie shook his head lightly. I'm sorry, Brother Chu. The hill master is in isolated cultivation. Outsiders cannot disturb him. Chu Li smiled. I've already cultivated the spirit serpent technique. I want to ask the hill master to verify it. Impossible. Zhou Jie said softly and slowly said, the spirit serpent technique can't be cultivated in a short period of time. Chu Li said, the hill master will know after verifying it. Then I can only ring the bell. Zhou Jie said. Chu Li nodded. Please lead the way, Brother Zhou. Zhou Jie looked at him deeply. If that's the case, I can only fulfill your wish. Follow me. He did not believe that Chu Li could really cultivate the spirit serpent technique. He did not know what Chu Li was up to. He had to ask the hill master to come out of isolated cultivation. Could it be that he wanted to tell on him? But there was no need to use this method, right? He hesitated and brought Chu Li to a high platform outside the palace. There was a small pagoda on it. There was a bronze bell in the pagoda. It was already black, as if it had been smoked. At first glance, it looked ordinary. It was no different from the broken bell that was found in the ruins. When he used the omniscient mirror, he realized that he could not see through the inside of the bell. There was an invisible force protecting it. He squinted his eyes slightly and slowly closed them. He closed his eyes and activated the omniscient mirror to its limit. The omniscient mirror condensed into a spear and pierced towards the layer of force. The force was unusually strong. When a spear was pierced, it could block it. He could vaguely see a layer of golden light shining in front of the spear. It could not pierce through. Chu Li did not believe in superstitions. This time, after his life and death scripture had improved, his omniscient mirror had also improved a little. The range of his clairvoyance did not change, but his power had become much stronger, firmer, and more detailed. The spear formed by the omniscient mirror pierced continuously and became stronger. He faintly heard a loud sound. His vigor shook and the omniscient mirror almost collapsed. The loud sound was like thunder that could disperse all kinds of forces. Chu Li formed a mudra with his hands. His eyes were still closed as he focused on his spirit. The Mahavarokana in the void of his mind also formed a mudra. The Mahavarokana's immobility scripture rang in the void of his mind and quickly calmed down. The round mirror in the void of his mind appeared again. It became bright again and reflected the inside of the bronze bell. There was a passage of words in the bronze bell. This passage was not carved on the bell, but cast in the center of the bell. It was as if the written words were inserted into the body of the bell. However, these words were formless and were a vague flow of energy. This was a prayer of 200 words. It was not a Buddhist scripture or Taoist scripture. It was more like a prayer that was recited before sacrifice to inform the heavens. He quickly memorized this prayer and recited it in the void of his mind. Suddenly, the void in his mind surged, and there was a vibration in the void as if it was about to break through. He felt a strong sense of danger and quickly stopped. This prayer must have a great origin. Chu Li's expression was solemn. If it could break through the void, it must be something extraordinary. He thought about it and opened his eyes. He wanted to recite this prayer outside. Zhou Jie was standing beside him. When he saw that Chu Li had his eyes closed, he did not rush him. He looked calm and peaceful, as if he did not feel threatened at all. He was very sure that Goddess Attraction Mountain had always been passed down to only one person. Even if Chu Li had mastered the spirit snake technique, he might not be able to enter Goddess Attraction Mountain. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.